Claire Dawson, Episode 1. You wake up before the sun. That's the first rule of living here. You don't wait for the light to tell you the day has started, because by the time the sun clears the eastern wall, half the work needs to be done. My alarm clock is the sound of Marcus coughing in the next room. It's a deep, wet sound that rattles his chest, a souvenir from the first winter when we didn't have enough firewood and everyone was breathing in freezing damp air for 3 months straight. He coughs, the floorboards creak as he puts his boots on, and I know it's time to get up. I sleep in my clothes during the winter. Most of us do. Taking them off just means you have to put freezing cold fabric against your skin in the morning, and nobody hates themselves enough to do that on purpose. I roll out of the narrow cot, pull my boots on, and grab my father's coat. It's too big for me, the sleeves hanging past my knuckles, but it smells like him, like old tobacco, engine oil, and leather, and it's the warmest thing I own. The air in the hallway is so cold it hurts to breathe. I walk past Marcus's door without knocking. We have an understanding. In the mornings, before the coffee is made, we don't speak. We just exist in parallel lines until the caffeine hits our systems. I step out the front door, and the cold hits me like a physical blow. The town is quiet at 5 in the morning. It's a small place, maybe 200 people left. We're surrounded by a patchwork wall made of shipping containers, old school buses, corrugated steel, and anything else heavy enough to stop a body from pushing through. From the outside, it probably looks like a junkyard. From the inside, it looks like the whole world. I walk down Main Street. It used to be paved, but 4 years of heavy carts, horses, and neglect have turned it into a rutted path of frozen mud. I can see the breath pluming from the sentries on the catwalk above the main gate. They look down at me, and I raise a hand. They nod back. No words, just the silent acknowledgement that we all survived another night. My first stop is always the stables. They're located on the south side of town, backed up against the strongest section of the wall. We have 12 horses. They're our most valuable asset. Cars need gas, and gas goes bad. Gas is noisy. Gas attracts them. Horses just need grass, water, and care. I slide the heavy wooden door open, and the smell hits me immediately. It's a warm, earthy smell. Manure, hay, and the sweet, musky scent of the animals themselves. It's the best smell in the world. It means life. Buster, the big draft horse, nickers when he hears my boots on the dirt floor. I walk over to his stall and rest my forehead against his neck for a second. He's warm. He's solid. He doesn't ask me for anything. He doesn't expect me to be strong or brave or make decisions that keep people alive. He just wants his oats. "Morning, big guy," I whisper. I start the routine, mucking out the stalls, checking their hooves for stones or rot, breaking the ice in their water troughs with the handle of my knife. It's physical work, the kind that makes your shoulders ache and your hands blister, but I love it. It's the only time of day when my mind is completely quiet. I don't think about the infected. I don't think about the dwindling medical supplies. I just think about the pitchfork, the hay, and the animals. Around 6:30, Sarah comes in. Sarah is 20. She has short, buzzed hair and a nervous energy that makes her constantly tap her fingers against her legs. She's one of the newer rangers. I'm supposed to be training her, but mostly I just try to keep her from getting herself killed. "Morning, Claire," she says, her voice tight from the cold. "Morning, Sarah. Grab a brush. The roan needs grooming." She grabs a stiff-bristled brush and starts working on the roan's flank. She's too fast, too aggressive. The horse shifts nervously. "Slow down," I tell her, not looking up from Buster's hooves. "You're not sanding a floor, you're brushing an animal. They feel your energy. If you're anxious, they're anxious." She stops, takes a deep breath, and starts again. Slower this time. "Sorry, I didn't sleep well." "Nightmares?" "No, just listening. The wind sounded like, you know." I know exactly what she means. The wind howling through the gaps in the corrugated steel sound exactly like the low, wet groans the infected make when they're pressing against the wall. It's a sound that gets into your head and stays there, echoing long after they're gone. "It was just the wind," I say. It's a lie, but it's a necessary one. We all lie to each other here. It's the only way we keep from going crazy." "I know," she says softly. "I know." We finish the horses in silence. By the time we're done, the sun is finally starting to crest the eastern wall, casting long gray shadows across the frozen mud. The town is waking up. I can hear the clang of pots from the communal kitchen, the sound of wood being chopped, the low murmur of voices. It's time to go to work. Being a ranger isn't like being a soldier. We don't march in formation. We don't have uniforms. We're just the people who are willing to go outside. We're the ones who scavenge for supplies, patrol the perimeter, and deal with the stragglers that wander too close to the walls. Marcus is waiting for me at the armory. He's the head ranger, though he'd punch you if you called him that. He's a big man, broad-shouldered, with a thick beard that's mostly gray now. He used to be a mechanic before the collapse. Now he's the guy who decides who goes out and who stays. "You're late," he says, handing me my rifle. It's a Winchester .308, my father's gun. "The water troughs were frozen solid. Took longer to break the ice." He grunts, accepting the excuse. "We're doing a wide sweep today. 5-mile radius. Thomas thinks there's a herd moving south, following the river." Mayor Thomas, the man who likes to look at maps and draw lines with a red marker, pretending he's a general in a war room instead of a frightened man in a cold town hall. "Thomas doesn't know a herd from a hole in the ground," I say, checking the action on the rifle. Smooth. Clean. "Maybe, but we're checking anyway. You, me, Sarah, and Miller. We leave in 10. I nod. 10 minutes. Just enough time to grab a cup of whatever they're calling coffee today and mentally prepare myself to step outside the gates. The world outside the walls is different. Inside it's cramped, dirty, and loud. Outside it's vast, empty, and silent. The kind of silence that presses against your eardrums until they ring. The kind of silence that hides things. We mount up. I'm riding Buster. He's not fast, but he's strong and he doesn't spook easily. Marcus is on a bay mare, Sarah on the roan, and Miller, a quiet guy who used to be an accountant, is riding a stubborn little gelding that hates everyone. The heavy iron gates creak open. The sound is deafening. We ride out, and the gate slams shut behind us, the heavy crossbar falling into place with a thud that vibrates in my chest. We're out. The air smells different out here. Cleaner, but sharper. It smells like pine needles, snow, and old rot. We ride in a diamond formation. Marcus takes point. I take the rear. Sarah and Miller are on the flanks. We don't talk. Sound carries for miles out here. The first hour is uneventful. We follow the tree line, staying off the main roads. The roads are dangerous. They're clogged with rusted cars, abandoned luggage, and the things that used to own that luggage. The woods are safer, even if they're harder to navigate. I watch the ground. I'm looking for tracks. Not animal tracks. Drag marks. The infected don't pick up their feet when they walk. They shuffle. They leave deep, continuous grooves in the snow and mud. We hit the river around noon. The water is black and sluggish, chunks of ice floating lazily downstream. Marcus holds up a hand, forming a fist. Stop. We pull the horses up. I slide my rifle out of the scabbard, resting it across my thighs. I scan the opposite bank. At first, I don't see anything, just bare trees and gray rocks. Then, movement. It's just one, a straggler. It's a man, or it was. He's wearing a torn business suit, the jacket hanging off one shoulder. His skin is the color of old bruised plums. He's missing his left arm from the elbow down, the bone protruding like a jagged white stick. He's wandering aimlessly along the riverbank, stumbling over roots, getting up, stumbling again. He doesn't see us. He's just moving, driven by that mindless, relentless engine in his brain. Marcus looks back at me and taps his own chest, then points to the straggler. He's asking if I want to take the shot. I shake my head. I point at my ear, then sweep my hand in a wide arc. Too much noise. A gunshot right now would echo up and down the river valley. If there's a herd nearby, it would draw them straight to us. Marcus nods. He slides off his horse, drawing the heavy machete he keeps strapped to his leg. I watch him wade into the shallow water, moving slowly, deliberately. The cold water must be freezing his legs, but he doesn't flinch. He crosses the river and comes up behind the straggler. The infected man doesn't even turn around until Marcus is right behind him. He raises the machete, brings it down in a brutal, efficient arc, and severs the spine at the base of the neck. The man drops like a puppet with cut strings. Marcus wipes the blade on the dead man's suit jacket, sheathes it, and wades back across the river. He mounts up, shivering slightly. "Just one," he whispers. "No tracks." "Just one," he whispers. "No tracks." Thomas was wrong. "He usually is," I whisper back. We turn the horses around and start the long ride back to the walls. That's the reality of being a ranger. It's not glorious. It's not heroic. It's hours of freezing silence punctuated by moments of brutal, necessary violence. It's killing a man in a business suit who's already been dead for 4 years just to make sure he doesn't wander too close to our home. We get back to the gates just as the sun is starting to dip below the horizon. The sky is turning a bruised purple. The gates open, we ride in, and they slam shut again. The sound is a relief. It means we survived another day. I take Buster back to the stables, brush him down, and give him an extra handful of oats. He earned it. The rest of the evening is a blur of routine. I go to the communal kitchen, get my ration of thin stew and hard bread, and eat it in silence at a long wooden table. I don't talk to anyone. I'm too tired to make conversation. After dinner, I walk to my mother's house. She lives in one of the smaller brick houses near the center of town. It's warmer there. I knock and she opens the door. She looks at me, her eyes scanning my face, my hands, checking for bites, for scratches, for the hollow look that means I lost someone today. When she sees I'm whole, her shoulders drop slightly. "You're late," she says. "Long sweep. Thomas thought there was a herd by the river." "Thomas is an idiot." I smile. I know. I step inside. The house smells like dried herbs and old books. She hands me a cup of tea. We sit by the wood stove. We don't talk about the patrol. We don't talk about the man by the river. We talk about the greenhouse. We talk about the roof on the medical clinic needing repairs. We talk about anything that isn't death. It's comfortable. It's normal. Or as normal as things get these days. But beneath the surface, the tension is always there. The knowledge that this could all end tomorrow. That the wall could fall. That the generator could die for good. That the food could run out. We live our lives on a tightrope, pretending we're walking on solid ground. I finish my tea, kiss her on the cheek, and walk back to my room. The town is dark now. The only light comes from the stars and the faint orange glow of the sentry's cigarettes on the wall. I walk into my room, take off my boots, and lie down on the cot. I pull my father's coat over me like a blanket. I close my eyes. I listen to the wind. I listen for the groans. And I wait for the sun to come up so I can do it all again. Living like this, packed together, rationing every crumb, every drop of fuel, it changes people. It strips away the polite veneer of civilization and leaves something raw and jagged underneath. You see it in the town square during the water distribution. Before the collapse, if someone bumped into you at the grocery store, you'd apologize. You'd smile. Now, if someone cuts the line at the water pump, hands go to knives. Voices get low and dangerous. I saw 2 men fight over a pair of boots last week. Not new boots, old, scuffed leather boots with worn soles. One man claimed he found them in the supply cache. The other claimed they were stolen from his porch. They fought in the mud, punching and tearing at each other like animals, until Marcus waded in and threw them both to the ground. He didn't yell. He just took the boots, pulled out his knife, and cut them in half. Sliced right through the leather, ruining them completely. He threw the pieces in the mud and walked away. Nobody fought over boots after that, but the anger didn't go away. It just simmered, pushed down deep, waiting for the next excuse to boil over. The town council is supposed to handle these things. They meet in the old elementary school gym, sitting at folding tables, looking at ledgers and making decisions about our lives. I hate council meetings. Mayor Thomas presides over them. He was a regional manager for a logistics company before the world ended. He thinks survival is a spreadsheet. He thinks if you just balance the numbers, calories in, calories out, bullets fired, fuel burned, everything will be fine. He doesn't understand that survival isn't math. It's blood. It's sweat. It's the sheer stubborn refusal to die. I was at the meeting when they discussed the medical supplies. Dr. Eris, our only real doctor, stood up. He's a small, nervous man with thick glasses that are taped together at the bridge. He looked at his notes and said, "We're out of broad-spectrum antibiotics. We have enough painkillers for maybe 2 severe injuries. The pediatric fever reducers are gone." The room went dead silent. Thomas looked at his spreadsheet. "We'll need to send a team to Millfield, the hospital there." "The hospital in Millfield is a death trap," Marcus interrupted. He didn't stand up. He just leaned back in his chair, his voice a low rumble. "We lost 3 people trying to clear the lobby last year. The basement is flooded, and the upper floors are packed with the infected." "We need the supplies, Marcus," Thomas said, using his manager voice, reasonable, condescending. "Without antibiotics, a simple scratch can be fatal." "I'm not sending my people into that hospital," Marcus said. "It's not your decision." "It is when I'm the one who has to write the letters to their families." I watched them argue. It was the same argument they've had a dozen times. The pragmatist versus the protector. The man who looks at the big picture versus the man who looks at the faces of the people he's sending to die. "We have to take risks," Thomas said, his face flushing. "If we don't, we'll slowly rot from the inside out." "There's taking risks and there's suicide," Marcus shot back. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, listening to the wind rattle the windows of the gym, thinking about the straggler by the river. Thinking about how easy it is to become one of them. Just one mistake, one moment of hesitation. In the end, they compromised. They always do. They decided to send a small scouting party to a pharmacy in a neighboring town. A smaller target, but less likely to be completely overrun. I volunteered to lead it. Marcus looked at me, his jaw tight, but he didn't argue. He knows I'm the best tracker we have. He knows I don't take unnecessary risks. The scouting party leaves tomorrow. I spend the rest of the day preparing. I clean my rifle again. I pack my gear. Extra socks, a waterproof tarp, fire-starting materials, water purification tablets. I sharpen my knife until it can shave the hair off my arm. I go to the stables to check on Buster. He won't be coming on this trip. We're going on foot. The pharmacy is in a densely packed suburban area. Too many abandoned cars. Too many fences. Horses would just be a liability. We need to be quiet. We need to be invisible. I brush him down, feeling the solid warmth of his muscles under my hands. "You be good for Sarah," I tell him. "Don't give her a hard time." He snorts and nudges my shoulder with his massive head. I walk back to my room as the sun goes down. The town is settling into its nighttime routine. The sentries are taking their positions on the wall. The smoke from the wood stoves is rising into the cold, clear air. I stop by my mother's house. I don't go inside. I just stand on the porch for a minute, listening to the faint sound of her moving around inside. I don't want to tell her I'm leaving tomorrow. She worries too much. She'll find out from Marcus after I'm gone. It's easier that way. Cowardly, maybe, but easier. I go back to my room. I lie down on the cot. I stare at the ceiling. Tomorrow, I go back out there. Back into the quiet. Back into the dark. I close my eyes and I try to sleep, but sleep doesn't come easily anymore. When I close my eyes, I don't see the dark. I see the faces of the people we've lost. I see Danny. I see Mr. Henderson. I see Lily. I see my father. He's standing by the fence at the ranch, squinting into the sun. He's smiling. "You're doing good, Claire Bear," he says. "You're keeping them safe." I want to tell him he's wrong. I want to tell him I'm just barely holding it together. I want to tell him I'm terrified all the time. But I don't. I just watch him smile until the image fades and the reality of the cold, dark room settles back over me. The scouting mission was supposed to be simple. In and out. No heroics. We left before dawn, just me, Miller, and a kid named Toby who's good with locks. We moved fast, staying off the roads, cutting through the woods and the backyards of abandoned subdivisions. The silence out there is different from the silence inside the walls. Inside, the silence is just the absence of noise. Outside, the silence feels heavy. It feels like it's waiting for you to make a mistake. We reached the pharmacy around noon. It was in a small strip mall that had been picked clean years ago, but Marcus had a theory that the basement storage might have been overlooked. The front windows were smashed, the glass glittering on the pavement like ice. We slipped inside. The smell of old dust, mildew, and dried blood hit us immediately. I took point, sweeping the aisles with my rifle raised. Miller covered the rear. Toby went straight for the heavy metal door at the back that led to the basement. "It's locked," Toby whispered, pulling a set of picks from his pocket. "Give me a minute." Miller and I stood guard. I watched the street through the broken windows. Nothing moved. Not a bird, not a stray dog, just the wind blowing trash across the asphalt. "Got it," Toby breathed. The heavy door clicked and swung open with a loud groan of unoiled hinges. We froze. We waited. We listened. Nothing. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a steep set of concrete stairs. "I'll go first," I whispered. "Miller, watch the door. Toby, stay close to me." We went down. The air in the basement was thick and stale. My flashlight beam swept across metal shelving units. Most of them were empty, but in the far corner, behind a stack of rotting cardboard boxes, I saw them. Plastic bins, untouched. Toby hurried over and popped the lid off the first one. "Bingo," he breathed. "Antibiotics, painkillers, bandages. It's all here." We started stuffing our packs. We moved fast, our hands shaking slightly with adrenaline. This was a massive haul. This was enough to keep the clinic running for 6 months. We were almost done when we heard it. A sound from upstairs. Not the wind. A shuffle. A drag. Miller's face appeared at the top of the stairs, pale in the dim light. "We've got company," he hissed. "A small group, maybe 10 of them. They wandered into the parking lot." I grabbed Toby's shoulder. "Zip your pack. We're leaving." We hurried up the stairs. I peeked around the doorframe into the main store. Miller was right. There were about 10 infected moving slowly across the parking lot, heading toward the broken windows. They hadn't seen us yet, but they were drawn by the open door or the scent of us. "Out the back," I whispered. We moved toward the rear exit. It was a heavy steel fire door. I pushed the crash bar. It didn't budge. I pushed harder. Nothing. It was rusted shut or barricaded from the outside. "It's stuck," I said, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. I looked back at the front of the store. The first infected was stepping through the broken window, its ruined shoes crunching on the glass. "Up the roof access," Miller said, pointing to a metal ladder bolted to the wall near the bathrooms. We ran for the ladder. Toby went first, scrambling up like a monkey. He hit the roof hatch, shoved it open, and pulled himself out. Miller went next. I was halfway up the ladder when the infected spotted us. They didn't yell. They didn't run. They just turned their dead eyes toward me and started shuffling faster, their hands reaching out, their jaws snapping slightly, their jaws snapping silently. "Come on, Claire!" Miller yelled from the roof, reaching down through the hatch. I scrambled up the last few rungs, grabbed his hand, and he hauled me onto the tar paper roof. I slammed the heavy metal hatch shut just as I heard the wet thud of bodies hitting the ladder below. I threw the deadbolt, locking it. We lay on the roof, panting, the cold wind biting into our sweat-soaked clothes. "That was close," Toby gasped, clutching his pack full of medicine. "Too close," I said, sitting up and checking my rifle. We looked over the edge of the roof. The infected were milling around the front of the store, confused, waiting. More were coming out of the woods, drawn by the sudden movement. "We can't stay up here," Miller said. "It'll be dark in a few hours, and it's going to freeze." I looked around. The strip mall was connected to a series of other flat roofs, leading toward a residential neighborhood. "We jump the gaps," I said, pointing. "We stay on the roofs until we clear them all. Then we drop down into the backyards and run for the tree line." It was a risky plan, but it was our only option. We moved across the roofs, leaping over the narrow alleys between the buildings. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. We reached the end of the commercial block. Below us was a tall wooden fence enclosing a backyard. "Drop down," I ordered. "Bend your knees when you hit." We dropped. The impact jarred my teeth, but nothing broke. We scrambled over the fence, cut through the yard, and sprinted for the woods. We didn't look back. We just ran until my chest felt like it was full of broken glass, and my legs refused to carry me any further. When we finally stopped, we were deep in the woods, miles from the pharmacy. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows through the trees. We collapsed against a large oak tree, gasping for air. Toby patted his pack. "We got it, though. We got the meds." I looked at him, his young face flushed with adrenaline and pride. He felt like a hero. He felt invincible. "Yeah," I said softly, "we got it." We walked the rest of the way back to the town in the dark, navigating by the stars in memory. When we finally saw the silhouette of the walls against the night sky, I felt a wave of relief so profound it almost knocked me over. The gates opened. We walked in. Marcus was waiting. He saw the bulging packs, and a rare, genuine smile broke across his face. He clapped Toby on the shoulder. "Good job, kid." He looked at me. "Any trouble?" "A little," I said, "but we're here." I handed over my pack, went straight to the stables, checked on Buster, and then went to my room. I didn't go to my mother's house. I didn't want her to see the exhaustion in my eyes. I didn't want her to know how close we came to not coming back. I took off my boots, lay down on the cot, and stared at the ceiling. That's the life. We risk everything for a few plastic bottles of pills. We survive by the skin of our teeth, and we call it victory. And tomorrow we'll wake up before the sun, and we'll do it all again. 2 days after we got back from the pharmacy, the weather broke, and not in a good way. The sky turned a bruised, ugly purple by mid-afternoon, and the temperature plummeted so fast you could almost hear the moisture in the air crystallizing. By nightfall, the wind was howling, tearing at the corrugated steel of the walls with a sound like tearing metal. Then came the snow. It wasn't a gentle dusting. It was a whiteout blizzard. The kind that erases the world outside your window and makes you feel like you're the last person left on Earth. When a storm like that hits, the town shuts down. There are no patrols. There are no scavenging runs. Even the sentries on the wall are pulled back to the guardhouses, because standing out on the catwalk in a blizzard is a good way to freeze to death, or get blown right off the edge. We just lock the gates, bar the doors, and wait. I spent the first day of the storm in the stables. The horses were agitated. They could feel the drop in barometric pressure, and the sound of the wind whipping through the gaps in the wood spooked them. I spent hours walking up and down the aisle, talking to them in a low, steady voice, letting them smell my hands, feeding them extra oats just to keep them occupied. Buster stood in the corner of his stall, his head low, his ears flicking back and forth. I sat on an overturned bucket near him, wrapped in my father's coat, watching my breath turn to steam. I like the storms. I shouldn't, because they drain our firewood and make the rationing harder, but I do. They enforce a pause. The infected don't move in blizzards. They freeze solid, buried under snowdrifts until the thaw comes. For a few days, the monsters stop hunting us, and the only enemy we have to fight is the weather. It's a clean, simple enemy. It doesn't scheme. It doesn't ambush. It just is. On the second night of the storm, I couldn't sleep. The cold was seeping through the walls of my room, settling into my joints. I got up, pulled my boots on, and walked over to the communal hall. The hall is the old elementary school cafeteria. It's the largest indoor space we have, and during storms, people tend to gather there because it's easier to keep one large room warm than 50 small houses. When I walked in, the air was thick with wood smoke and the smell of unwashed bodies. There were maybe 50 people huddled around 3 cast-iron stoves we'd salvaged and vented through the roof. People were sleeping on cots, playing cards by lantern light, or just staring into the flames. I saw Marcus sitting near one of the stoves, whittling a piece of pine with his hunting knife. I walked over and sat down next to him. He didn't look up. "Can't sleep?" "Too cold," I said, holding my hands out toward the stove. The heat was incredible. It felt like life itself radiating from the black iron. "Storm's supposed to break tomorrow," he said, blowing wood shavings off his lap. "Then we get to dig ourselves out." "Always something to dig out of," I muttered. Across the room, someone started playing a guitar, an old acoustic, missing the high E string. The player wasn't great, but he was strumming a slow, melancholic tune that seemed to fit the mood perfectly. The low hum of conversation in the room quieted down. People just listened. I watched the fire dance behind the grate of the stove, and my mind drifted. It drifted back to the ranch. Before the collapse, my father and I used to sit out on the porch during summer thunderstorms. We'd watch the lightning crack across the prairie, illuminating the rolling hills in stark, sudden flashes of white. He'd smoke his pipe, and I'd sit on the steps with a glass of lemonade, and we wouldn't say a word. We just watched the world put on a show. He was a quiet man. He didn't believe in talking just to fill the silence. He believed you only spoke when you had something worth saying. I remember the day the news started getting bad. The first reports of the riots in the cities. The frantic news anchors talking about a rabies-like virus. My dad had watched the television for about 10 minutes. Then he walked over, turned it off, and went out to check the fences. He didn't panic. He didn't pack the truck and run. He just tightened the perimeter. He knew what was coming before the rest of us did. He knew that the cities would burn and the country would go quiet. He died 3 weeks later. It wasn't the infected that got him, not directly. It was a group of panicked people from the city, fleeing the chaos, armed and terrified. They came up our driveway demanding our truck and our food. My dad told them no. He stood on the porch with his Winchester, calm as a stone, and told them to turn around. One of them panicked. A kid, really, maybe 19 years old. He had a hunting rifle, and his hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold it. He pulled the trigger. The bullet hit my dad in the chest. He fell backward onto the porch. I was in the barn. I heard the shot, grabbed my own rifle, and ran out. I shot the kid who killed my father. I didn't even think about it. I just raised the rifle, sighted on his chest, and pulled the trigger. The rest of them ran. I spent the next 2 hours sitting on the porch, holding my father's hand while he bled to death. He couldn't speak. The bullet had hit his lung. He just looked at me, his eyes wide and scared, until the light faded out of them. I buried him the next day. Then my mother and I packed the truck and drove until we found this town. I looked down at my hands. They're rough, calloused, scarred from rope burns and knife slips. They don't look like the hands of a 29-year-old woman. They look like the hands of someone who has dug too many graves. "You're a million miles away," Marcus said softly, his knife still carving rhythmic curls out of the pine wood. I blinked, pulling myself back to the smoky cafeteria. The sound of the missing string guitar and the heat of the stove. "Just thinking about the snow," I lied. Marcus stopped whittling. He looked at me, his dark eyes catching the firelight. He knows me too well. He knows I'm lying. But he also knows better than to push. "It'll melt," he said. "It always does." I nodded. "Yeah, it always does." I stayed by the fire for another hour, letting the heat soak into my bones before I walked back out into the freezing hallway and went to my room. The storm broke the next morning, just like Marcus said it would. The town was buried under 3 feet of snow. The drifts against the eastern wall were so high you could almost walk right over the barricade. The entire community turned out to shovel. We used real shovels, pieces of plywood, old baking sheets, anything we could find to move the snow. We cleared the main street, dug out the gates, and pushed the drifts away from the walls. It was exhausting, back-breaking work, but nobody complained. The sun was out, glaring off the pristine white snow, and for a few hours, the town actually felt alive. People were laughing. Kids were throwing snowballs. For a brief, fleeting moment, it felt like a normal winter day in a normal town. I was helping clear the path to the medical clinic when Sarah walked up to me. Her cheeks were red from the cold, and she was panting heavily. "Claire," she said, leaning on her shovel, "Miller found something on the south perimeter. You should come look." The brief moment of normalcy shattered. The smile faded from my face. "What is it?" "Just come look," she said, her voice tight. I dropped my shovel and followed her toward the south wall. Miller was standing near the guardhouse, looking down at the snow near the base of the corrugated steel. When I walked up, he pointed. There were tracks. Not the shuffling, dragging grooves of the infected. These were boot prints. Clean, deliberate boot prints. Someone had walked right up to the wall, paced back and forth for about 20 yards, and then walked away, heading back to the tree line. "When did this happen?" I asked, kneeling down to examine the prints. They were fresh. The edges were sharp, not blurred by the wind. "Sometime after the snow stopped," Miller said. "Maybe an hour ago." I stood up, my heart starting to beat a little faster. The infected don't pace. They don't examine defenses. They just push until something breaks. "Someone was watching us," Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly. "Scouting the town." I looked out at the tree line. The woods were silent, heavy with snow, but they didn't feel empty anymore. They felt like they were hiding something much worse than the dead. "Don't tell anyone else," I told Miller and Sarah. "We don't need panic. Not right now." "What do we do?" Miller asked. "We double the watch," I said, my hand instinctively dropping to the handle of the knife on my belt. "And we wait." I walked back toward the center of town. Kids were still throwing snowballs. The people were still laughing as they shuffled. They didn't know that the world outside the walls had just gotten a little more complicated. I went to my room, locked the door, and sat down on the edge of my cot. I looked at the stolen digital recorder sitting on the small wooden table. I picked it up. I pressed the red button. Between the patrols and the stables, there are chores. Everyone works. There are no free rides inside the walls. If you can walk, you work. If you can't walk, you sew, or you repair tools, or you sort seeds. My mother sorts seeds. She works in the greenhouse, which is arguably the most important building in the entire town. It's built against the south-facing wall of the old middle school, constructed out of salvaged 2x4s, PVC pipes, and hundreds of mismatched window panes we scavenged from abandoned houses. It looks like a giant, fragile glass lung breathing for the whole community. I try to visit her there at least a few times a week. Walking into the greenhouse in the middle of winter is a shock to the system. Outside, the air is sharp and dry enough to crack your lips. Inside, it's humid. The smell of damp earth growing green things, and compost is so thick you can almost taste it. We keep 2 small wood stoves burning in there constantly to keep the temperature above freezing, and the condensation drips constantly from the glass ceiling. I found her there on a Tuesday afternoon, kneeling in the dirt, her hands buried in a planter box of winter kale. "You're going to ruin your knees," I said, leaning against the wooden frame of the door. She didn't look up. "My knees were ruined 10 years ago, Claire. Now they just complain louder." I walked over and crouched beside her. The greenhouse is her sanctuary. Before the collapse, she was a high school history teacher. She knew dates, wars, and treaties. She didn't know the first thing about nitrogen levels in soil or how to propagate potatoes from eyes, but she learned. She had to. We all had to become something else. "How's the yield looking?" I asked, looking at the sparse, tough-looking leaves of kale. "It's surviving," she said, carefully plucking a dead leaf and tossing it into a compost bucket. "Surviving isn't thriving, but it'll keep us from getting scurvy. The root vegetables are doing better. The carrots we planted in October should be ready to pull next week." "Thomas wants to cut the rations again," I told her. I shouldn't have. It's not official yet, but keeping secrets from her feels wrong. Her hands stopped moving. She sat back on her heels, wiping a smudge of dirt from her forehead with the back of her wrist. "By how much?" 10%. He says the hunting parties haven't brought in enough meat to stretch the stew, and if we don't conserve the grain, we'll run out before the spring planting. She let out a long, slow breath. The humidity in the room made her gray hair stick to her temples. 10%? People are already going to bed hungry, Claire. If we cut it again, they'll start getting weak. If they get weak, they get sick, and we don't have the medicine to treat sick. "I know," I said. "Marcus fought him on it, but the ledger doesn't lie. We're eating more than we're producing." She looked around the greenhouse. It's packed tight. Every square inch of space is utilized. We have hanging baskets made from old tires, vertical planters made from PVC pipes, even a small hydroponic setup that Miller built using a scavenged fish tank pump and a car battery. But it's not enough. You can't feed 200 people on a quarter acre of indoor farming. "I'll talk to Eris," she said quietly. "See if we can start mixing more pine needle tea into the daily distribution. It's bitter as hell, but it has vitamin C. It might help stave off the worst of the fatigue." "You do what you can," I said, putting a hand on her shoulder. She looked at me, really looked at me, her eyes sharp and clear despite the dirt and exhaustion. "You're going out again soon, aren't you?" Mothers always know, even when you don't say a word. "Tomorrow," I admitted. "Just a short scouting run, checking the traps on the northern ridge." "Be careful," she said. It's what she always says. It's her prayer. I'm always careful. No, you're not, she corrected gently. You're efficient. That's not the same thing as careful. I didn't have an answer for that, so I just kissed her cheek, tasting salt and sweat, and left her to her dirt and her seeds. The food rationing is the slow poison of this town. The infected outside the walls are a fast death. They tear you apart and it's over. The cold is a quiet death. You just fall asleep and don't wake up. But the hunger changes you. It starts as a physical ache, a gnawing in the pit of your stomach, but after a few months it becomes psychological. You start obsessing over food. You dream about it, you catch yourself staring at someone else's bowl of stew, wondering if they got a slightly larger piece of potato than you did. You feel a flash of genuine, murderous rage when someone drops a piece of bread in the mud. We try to supplement the rations with hunting. We have a few good hunters, men who used to track deer for sport and now do it for survival. But the woods are mostly empty. The infected scare off the game or eat it. Finding a deer is like finding a gold mine. Mostly the hunters bring back squirrels, rabbits, or birds. Lean meat, not enough fat to keep you warm. I've eaten things in the last 4 years that I wouldn't have fed my dog before the collapse. We all have. You close your eyes, you chew, and you swallow, because the alternative is starving. Worst part isn't the hunger itself. It's watching the kids. There are about 20 children in the town under the age of 12. They don't remember much of the before. They don't remember supermarkets, or fast food, or refrigerators full of snacks. They think being hungry is just the natural state of existence. Sometimes when I'm walking the perimeter, I see them playing in the dirt. They play games like zombie and ranger, chasing each other with sticks. They're thin. Their eyes are too big for their faces. And it breaks my heart, because I know that even if we survive the winter, even if the walls hold out, we're failing them. We're keeping them alive, but we're not giving them a life. It makes the decisions we make in the council meeting feel incredibly heavy. Every calorie is accounted for, every ounce of fuel. That's why the tension in the town is so high. It's not just the fear of the dead. It's the fear that the person sleeping in the cot next to you might decide that they need your share of the food more than you do. It hasn't come to that yet. We're still a community. We still hold funerals. We still share what we have. But the winter is long, and the rations are getting smaller. Testing. I don't know why I said that. There's no one on the other end to tell me if the levels are right. There's no sound engineer in a booth giving me a thumbs up through the glass. It's just me. Me, a stolen digital recorder with half a battery charge, and the dark. I'm sitting in my room. The door is locked. I wedged the chair under the handle, even though the deadbolt works fine. I need to feel like I couldn't be interrupted. Like nothing could get in here unless I let it. We found boot prints on the south perimeter today. Fresh ones. Someone was watching the town. I told Miller and Sarah to keep quiet about it. I told them we didn't need a panic. That was the leader talking. That was Claire the Ranger, the one who knows how to handle things, the one who doesn't get scared. But I'm scared. I'm terrified. I can handle the infected. I know the rules with them. They're predictable. They want to eat. They want to spread. They don't stop until you destroy the brain. It's horrible. It's exhausting. But it's a math problem you can solve with a heavy piece of metal or a bullet. But people are different. If someone is scouting our walls, it means they want what we have. It means they saw the smoke from our fires. They saw our walls and they thought, I can take that. I keep thinking about the kid who shot my dad. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like a college student who was scared out of his mind. He was wearing a North Face jacket and expensive hiking boots. He probably played video games and worried about his grades before the world ended. And then he put a bullet through my father's chest because he wanted our truck. That's what people do when the rules disappear. They become the worst versions of themselves, justified by the sheer desperation of staying alive for one more day. I killed that kid. I shot him right in the center of his chest. He fell backward, his eyes wide with shock, and he bled out in the dirt of our driveway when my father bled out on the porch. I don't regret doing it. I really don't. If I hadn't, he would have killed me and my mother too. but I regret how easy it was. I didn't hesitate. I didn't think about his mother or his life, or the fact that he was just terrified. I just saw a threat, and I eliminated it. And every time I go outside the walls, every time I have to make a decision about rationing or who goes on patrol, I feel that same coldness creeping back in. I'm so tired of being cold. Not the physical cold. I mean the cold inside. A part of me that looks at Mayor Thomas and calculates how much food we'd save if he died. A part of me that looks at Sarah's shaking hands and wonders if she's going to be a liability in a fight. I'm supposed to be the strong one. Marcus relies on me. My mother relies on me. The town relies on me. They look at me, and they see someone who has it all figured out. They see the woman who rode back from the pharmacy with a pack full of antibiotics and didn't even look tired. They don't see me lying awake at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I'm losing my humanity one day at a time. I try to hold on to things, little things. The smell of the stables, the taste of that canned peach Sarah gave me, the memory of my dad smoking his pipe on the porch. I try to build a wall out of those memories to keep the cold out, but the wall is getting thinner. Today, when I saw those boot prints, my first thought wasn't, how do we defend the town? My first thought was, how many of them can I kill before they kill me? I don't want to be a killer. I just want to be Claire. I want to ride my horse and complain about the winter and drink lemonade on a porch. But Claire died on that driveway 4 years ago. The person sitting in this room, talking into this recorder, I don't know who she is anymore. I'm just a ghost haunting my own life, pretending to be alive because the people around me need me to be. I can't tell my mother this. It would break her heart. She needs to believe that her daughter is strong. She needs to believe that my father's death meant something, that it made me resilient. I can't tell Marcus. He's already carrying too much weight. If he knew how close I am to cracking, he'd take me off the rotation, and then I'd be useless. And if I'm useless, I have no reason to be here. So I'm telling you, whoever you are, if anyone ever finds this, listen to me, talking to a piece of plastic like it's a priest in a confessional. Tomorrow we're going to reinforce the south wall. We're going to set up tripwires in the tree line. We're going to prepare for whoever left those prints. If they come, we'll fight them. If they try to take what's ours, we'll kill them. Because that's the math. That's the equation we live by now. But tonight, I'm just going to sit here in the dark. I'm going to listen to the wind, and I'm going to try to remember what fresh peaches smell like. End of log. Dead Air, Episode 2, The Thaw. Spring doesn't arrive here like it does in the books. There are no birds singing. There are no sudden bursts of green pushing through the snow. Spring arrives as mud. It starts slowly. The snowdrifts against the eastern wall begin to slump, turning gray and porous. The frozen ruts in the main street soften, turning into deep, sucking trenches that pull the boots right off your feet if you aren't careful. For 2 weeks, the entire town smells like wet earth, old rot, and standing water. It's exhausting. You spend half your energy just trying to walk from the stables to the mess hall without slipping. But it's also a relief. The deep freeze is over. We survived another winter. I'm standing by the north gate, watching Marcus and a crew of 3 men try to unstick a supply cart from a particularly deep rut. The cart is loaded with salvaged timber from a collapsed barn about a mile outside the walls. We need the wood to reinforce the western perimeter before the ground thaws completely and the infected start migrating in larger numbers. "Put your back into it, Miller," Marcus grunts, his boots slipping in the mud. Miller, the former accountant, is red-faced and panting, pushing against the heavy wooden wheel. "I am pushing it. It's buried to the axle." I step off the wooden walkway we built along the edge of the street and wade into the mud. I grab the spoke of the wheel next to Miller. "On 3, I say. 1, 2, 3. We heave. The cart groans, the wood protesting against the suction of the mud. For a second, nothing happens. Then, with a wet, sucking sound, the wheel pops free. The cart lurches forward, and Miller almost falls face first into the muck. Marcus wipes his forehead with the back of a dirty glove. "Thanks, Claire." "Don't mention it. Just get that timber to the west wall before it starts raining again." I watch them drag the cart down the street. The town is waking up. The thaw brings people out of their houses. During the winter, we huddle around stoves, hoarding heat. Now doors are open. People are sitting on their porches, patching clothes, repairing tools, or just letting the weak spring sun hit their faces. It looks peaceful. If you squint, you can almost pretend it's a normal, poor rural town recovering from a bad storm. But the tension is there. It's always there. I walk toward the stables. As I pass the old hardware store, which we now use as a secondary storage facility, I hear voices raised. "I told you, it's my rotation for the South Plot." It's David, a man in his 50s who used to run a landscaping business. He's standing chest to chest with a younger guy named Greg. "The council reassigned it because you didn't yield enough potatoes last year." Greg shoots back, his voice tight. "We need calories, Dave, not excuses." They aren't going to fight. Not really. But the anger is real. The South Plot gets the most sunlight, which means whoever works it has the best chance of actually growing something substantial. And in this town, growing food means security. It means you're valuable. I don't stop. I don't intervene. It's not my job to settle farming disputes, and stepping in would only make them feel like they need to perform their anger for an audience. The air is just thin right now. Everyone is tired of eating thin stew and dried beans. Everyone is tired of being cold. The thaw makes people restless. They want to move, to do something, but there's nowhere to go. I reach the stables. The smell of the horses is a comfort. It's constant. I slide the heavy door open. Buster nickers from his stall. I walk over and run my hand down his neck. He's shedding his winter coat, leaving thick tufts of coarse brown hair on my jacket. "I know, buddy," I murmur, grabbing a stiff brush. "You're hot. Let's get some of this off." I spend an hour brushing the horses. It's quiet work, the rhythmic sound of the bristles against their coats, the soft snorts, the shifting of heavy hooves on the dirt floor. It's the only time my mind really stops spinning. Since we found those boot prints on the perimeter a month ago, I haven't slept a full night. Marcus and I doubled the patrols. We set up noise traps, tin cans filled with rocks on fishing line along the tree line. We waited. Nothing happened. No attacks. No demands. No more prints. In some ways, it's worse. If they had attacked, we could have fought them. But this waiting, it breeds paranoia. Mayor Thomas wants to send a heavily armed team out to sweep a 10-mile radius. He wants to eliminate the threat before it materializes. Marcus told him he was an idiot. "You don't go kicking every hornet's nest in the country just because you heard a buzz," he said at the last council meeting. "We hold the wall. We wait." I agreed with Marcus, but the waiting is eating at people. I finish brushing the roan and step out of the stall. Sarah is standing in the doorway of the stables. She looks exhausted. She pulled the night watch on the eastern catwalk, and the dark circles under her eyes look like bruises. "Hey," she says, her voice raspy. "Hey, you should be sleeping." "Couldn't. The wind kept rattling the corrugated metal on my roof." She walks over and leans against the wooden partition of Buster's stall. "Marcus wants you at the gate." I stop putting the brushes away. "What is it?" "A patrol came back early, Miller and Toby." "Are they hurt?" "No." She hesitates, chewing on her lower lip. "They brought someone with them." I stare at her. We don't bring people back. That's not a written rule. but it's a practiced one. The town is at capacity. We barely have enough food for the people we have. Taking in strangers is a risk we stopped taking 2 years ago." "Who?" I ask. "A man. Found him about 3 miles out, near the old highway overpass. He was half frozen. Toby said he didn't even try to run." I drop the brush into the bucket. I'm on my way. The main gate is crowded when I get there. People are keeping their distance, forming a loose semicircle around the guardhouse, but everyone is watching. In a town where nothing changes except the weather and the death toll, a stranger is an event. Marcus is standing by the heavy iron doors of the gate. He has his rifle slung over his shoulder, but his hand is resting casually near his sidearm. Mayor Thomas is there too, looking stressed and important, holding a clipboard like it's a shield. In the center of the clearing sits the stranger. He's sitting on an overturned wooden crate. He looks to be in his late 30s, maybe early 40s. He's wearing a filthy, oversized parka that looks like it was scavenged from a corpse, and his boots are wrapped in duct tape and plastic bags to keep the water out. He's shivering violently, his hands wrapped around a tin cup of hot water someone gave him. He looks pathetic. He looks like a stiff breeze could knock him over and keep him down. I walk up to Marcus. "Report," I say quietly. "Miller and Toby found him huddled under the overpass," Marcus says, his voice low enough that only I can hear. "Said he was trying to start a fire with wet wood. He didn't have a weapon, just a hunting knife and an empty backpack." "Did they check him for bites?" "First thing they did. He's clean, just starving and half frozen." I look at the man. He's staring down at the dirt, taking tiny, trembling sips from the tin cup. "What's his story?" I ask. "Says his name is Elias," Thomas interjects, stepping closer. "Says he was part of a small group that got overrun by a herd up north near the state line. He's been walking south for 3 weeks. "And you believe him?" I ask Thomas. "Doesn't matter if I believe him," Thomas says, his voice tight. "We can't keep him. We don't have the rations. We don't have the space. We can't just throw him back out there," Dr. Aris says, pushing his way to the front of the group. The doctor looks at the stranger with clinical pity. "He's malnourished. He has early-stage frostbite on his fingers. If we put him outside the walls, he'll be dead by morning." "That's not our problem, Doc," Thomas says. I look back at the man, Elias. He hasn't looked up once. He's acting exactly the way a broken, starving man should act. But I can't stop thinking about the boot prints on the south perimeter. I walk past Marcus and approach the man. The crowd goes quiet. "Elias?" I say. He flinches slightly, then slowly raises his head. His eyes are a pale, washed-out blue. They look exhausted, but there's something sharp hiding behind the fatigue, a kind of hyper-awareness. He's cataloging everything. The number of guns, the state of the walls, me. "Yes, ma'am," he says. His voice is a dry rasp. "You came from the north?" "Yes." "Which highway?" "The 95. Followed it until the cars got too thick, then cut through the woods." "That's rough country. Lots of ravines. How did you cross the river?" He doesn't hesitate. "There's an old logging bridge about 10 miles up. The center is collapsed, but you can shimmy across the steel girders if you don't look down." It's a good answer. It's the right answer. The logging bridge is exactly where he says it is, and it's exactly in that condition. "You said your group got overrun," I continue, keeping my voice neutral. "How many were you?" "6, he says, his gaze dropping back to the cup in his hands. "We were sleeping in an old gas station. Someone knocked over a shelf, made too much noise. They came through the glass." "And you're the only one who got out?" "I was near the back door," he says softly. "I ran. I didn't look back. I just ran." He says it with a perfect amount of shame, the survivor's guilt, the confession of cowardice that makes you believe a man because nobody wants to admit they left their friends to die unless it's true. I look at his hands. They're shaking. The fingertips are dark, almost purple from cold, but the calluses on his palms are thick. He's worked hard, and the way he's holding the cup, his grip is loose, but his shoulders are tense. He's ready to move. I stand up and walk back to Marcus and Thomas. "Well?" Thomas asks impatiently. His story checks out. I say quietly. He knows the terrain. So we give him a meal and send him on his way, Thomas insists. If we send him out, he dies, Eris repeats stubbornly. Marcus looks at me. He values my instincts. What do you think, Claire? I look at the man sitting on the crate. I look at the walls around us. We are so fragile. One mistake, one bad call, and this whole town becomes a graveyard. Put him in the holding cell under the town hall, I say. Give him food and water. Eris can treat his fingers, but keep the door locked, and put a guard on him around the clock. Thomas frowns. For how long? Until I decide if he's lying, I say. I don't wait for an argument. I turn and walk away, heading toward the greenhouse. I need to see my mother. I need to be somewhere that smells like life, because right now, the whole town feels like it's holding its breath. The greenhouse is warm, as always. The air is thick with humidity and the smell of wet soil. My mother is at the far end, working near the large wooden planter boxes where we grow the root vegetables. She's not planting today. She's sifting dirt through her fingers, staring at it with a deep frown. Hey, I say, stepping inside and closing the heavy plastic-sheeted door behind me. She doesn't look up. Did you see him? News travels fast in a town of 200 people. I saw him. We put him in holding. Is he infected? No, just cold and hungry. I walk over and lean against the wood frame of the planter box. Thomas wants to kick him out. Eris wants to save him. And what do you want? She asks, finally looking up. I want to know if he's the one who left the boot prints on the south perimeter last month. She wipes her hands on her apron, leaving dark streaks of soil across the faded fabric. If he was scouting us, why would he let Miller and Toby find him half frozen under a bridge? Maybe he got separated from his group. Maybe he's exactly what he says he is, a lucky survivor. I sigh, rubbing the back of my neck. Or maybe he's a Trojan horse. He gets inside, figures out our guard rotations, finds out where we keep the armory, and then slips out or opens a gate. You think like your father, she says softly. It's not an insult, but it's not exactly a compliment either. It's just a fact. My father kept us alive. I know. She looks back down at the dirt. But there's a difference between keeping the wolves out and locking yourself in a cage. If we stop helping people entirely, what are we surviving for? It's the eternal argument, the philosophy of the apocalypse. Do you survive by being ruthless, or do you survive by holding on to the things that make you human? I don't have the energy for it today. What's wrong with the dirt? I ask, changing the subject. She sighs, a long, tired sound. I don't know. The yield on the carrots was terrible. Half of them were stunted, the other half rotted to the ground before they could mature. The soil is tired, Claire. We've been turning it and reusing it for 4 years. The compost isn't enough anymore. We need real fertilizer. We need nitrogen. I can talk to Marcus, see if we can organize a run to the old farming supply store out on Route 9. We stripped the place bare 2 years ago, she reminds me. We need fresh soil, or we need to start planting outside the walls. I shake my head immediately. No, it's too dangerous. The noise of farming, the tools, the movement, it'll draw them. And if a herd hits while people are out in the open fields, it's a massacre. Then we're going to starve, she says simply. She doesn't say it with panic. She says it the way you announce that it's raining. Not today, not tomorrow. By next winter, the greenhouse won't produce enough to keep everyone alive. The rations will drop again. People will get sick. I look at the stunted, pathetic-looking carrots she's pulled from the dirt. They look like twisted orange fingers. I'll figure something out, I say. You can't shoot dead soil, Claire. I said I'll figure it out. My voice is sharper than I intend. She looks at me, her eyes softening. She reaches out and puts a dirt-stained hand on my arm. I know you will. Just be careful with the man in the cell. Don't let the fear make the decision for you. I nod, though I'm not sure I agree. Fear is a very good advisor. Fear keeps you breathing. I leave the greenhouse and walk back out into the mud. The sun is starting to set, casting long, bloody shadows across the town. The air is getting colder, the mud beginning to stiffen as the temperature drops toward freezing. I walk to the town hall. It's a sturdy brick building, one of the few structures that feels permanent. I go down the concrete stairs into the basement. We use it for storage mostly, but there's a small room with a heavy steel door that used to be a secure records room. Now it's a cell. Greg is sitting on a chair outside the door, a shotgun resting across his knees. He stands up when he sees me. "How is he?" I asked. "Quiet," Greg says. "Ayers came down, wrapped his fingers, gave him some antibiotics. He ate the stew we gave him like he hadn't seen food in a year. Hasn't said a word since." "Unlock it." Greg hesitates. "You want me to come in with you?" "No, just unlock it." He turns the heavy deadbolt and I push the door open. The room is small, lit only by a single battery-powered lantern on a small table. Elias is sitting on a cot in the corner. He looks up when I walk in. In the dim light, he looks even worse than he did outside. His face is gaunt, his eyes hollow. I pull up a wooden chair and sit down across from him. I don't say anything for a long time. I just watch him. He watches me back. He doesn't fidget. He doesn't look away. For a man who claims to be a terrified, broken survivor, he has remarkable stillness. "Eris says you'll keep your fingers," I say finally. "I appreciate that," he rasps. "You said you were sleeping in a gas station when the herd hit." "Yes." "Which one? The Exxon on Route 95 or the old independent one near the county line?" He doesn't blink. "The independent one. The Exxon burned down 2 years ago." He's right. It did. "You know the area well for someone just passing through," I observe. "I used to drive a delivery truck before everything went to hell. I know most of the roads in this state." He leans forward slightly, resting his bandaged hands on his knees. "I know you don't trust me. I wouldn't trust me either. But I'm not a threat to you, and I'm just tired of running." "Everyone is tired of running." "Some people stop running and start taking," he says softly. "I know the difference." I look at him, trying to read the micro-expressions on his face, the tightening of the jaw, the shift in the eyes. Nothing. He's a blank wall. "There were boot prints on our southern perimeter a month ago," I say, dropping the pretense. "Someone was scouting us. Was it you?" He looks genuinely confused for a second, then he shakes his head. "No, a month ago I was 200 miles north of here, trying to scavenge canned goods out of a flooded supermarket." "If I find out you're lying, Elias, I won't ask Thomas or the council what to do. I'll just take you out into the woods myself." "I believe you," he says, and he sounds like he means it. I stand up. "Get some sleep. We'll decide what to do with you tomorrow." I walk out of the cell. Greg locks the heavy door behind me. "Well?" Greg asks. "Keep him locked up. Don't let anyone down here except Eris." I walk up the stairs and out into the night. The town is dark, quiet. The mud has frozen solid again. I walk to my room, my boots crunching on the frozen ridges of the street. I'm so tired. The kind of tired that sleep doesn't fix. I go into my room. I lock the door. I wedge the chair under the handle. I sit down on the edge of the cot. I look at the digital recorder on the table. I pick it up. I press the red button. The mud doesn't just make walking difficult. It gets into everything. It gets into the treads of your boots, drying into heavy concrete-like clumps that you have to chip out with a knife. It gets onto the hems of your pants, soaking the fabric in a cold, heavy dampness that creeps up your calves. It gets into the houses, tracking across the wooden floorboards no matter how carefully you wipe your feet. For the first few days of the thaw, people try to fight it. They sweep their porches, they scrape their boots. They try to maintain some illusion of cleanliness. But by the second week, everyone gives up. You just accept that for the next month, your life is going to be the color of wet dirt. The worst part is the smell. The cold of winter acts like a preservative, freezing the decay of the world outside. But when the ground thaws, the earth exhales. It smells like rotting leaves, stagnant water, and old rust. I spend most of my days doing maintenance. The winter is brutal on our defenses. The constant freezing and thawing of moisture expands the cracks in the wood, warps the metal, and rusts the wire. Marcus and I spend an entire Tuesday replacing a section of the eastern wall. It's a section made of 3 old wooden doors bolted together and reinforced with rebar. The wood has started to rot at the base, sinking into the mud and creating a gap large enough for a dog to crawl through, or a small person, or something else. We work in silence for hours, digging out the rotten wood with shovels, our breath pluming in the damp air. We drag a heavy sheet of corrugated steel from the salvage yard and muscle it into place, driving long bolts through the metal and into the sturdy posts on either side. It's mindless, punishing work. My shoulders scream in protest every time I swing the heavy hammer, but I prefer it to sitting in the council meetings. When you're swinging a hammer, the problem is right in front of you, and the solution is physical. You hit the nail goes in, the wall gets stronger. I wish dealing with people was that simple. That night, I'm on the perimeter watch with Sarah. The watchtowers are nothing more than wooden platforms built on top of the shipping containers that make up the strongest parts of the wall. They have corrugated tin roofs to keep the rain off, but the sides are open to the wind. It's 2 a.m. The town is asleep, dark and silent. The only light comes from the faint sliver of a crescent moon hiding behind thick, slow-moving clouds. Sarah is standing at the edge of the platform, staring out into the tree line through a pair of heavy binoculars. She's shifting her weight from foot to foot, trying to keep warm. "See anything?" I ask, leaning against the wooden railing. My rifle is resting next to me, the metal cold against my thigh. "Nothing," she whispers, "just trees, and shadows that look like people until you stare at them long enough." "Your eyes are playing tricks on you in the dark," I say, pouring a cup of weak, lukewarm tea from my thermos and handing it to her. "You stare at a stump long enough, your brain will convince you it's breathing." She takes the cup, wrapping her hands around it. "Do you think he's telling the truth? The guy in the basement?" "Elias." "Yeah, Elias." She takes a sip of the tea and grimaces slightly at the bitterness. "Toby says he looks like a stiff breeze would kill him. But Miller says his eyes are wrong. Says he looks like a wolf that got caught in a trap and is just waiting for you to get close enough to bite." "Miller reads too many old paperback novels," I say dryly. But privately, I agree with the accountant. There's something predatory about Elias's stillness. "If he's lying," Sarah says, her voice dropping even lower, "if he's the one scouting us, what do we do?" "We don't let him out." "Ever?" I look out into the darkness. The tree line is a solid wall of black. If he's a scout for a larger group, releasing him means he goes back and tells them exactly how many guns we have, where our weak points are, and how much food we're sitting on. We can't let him do that. "So we just keep him in the basement forever? Or—" She doesn't finish the sentence. She doesn't have to. "Let's just hope he's telling the truth," I say, cutting the conversation off. We stand in silence for a long time. The wind picks up, rattling the tin roof above us. I close my eyes and listen to the wind. It doesn't sound like the groans of the infected tonight. It just sounds like wind. It reminds me of the spring storms at the ranch. When I was 12, a massive storm system rolled through the valley. It rained for 3 days straight. The creek behind our property breached its banks, flooding the lower pastures. My dad and I spent 48 hours straight moving the herd to higher ground. We were soaked to the bone, covered in mud, so exhausted I could barely stay in the saddle. I remember sitting on the porch after it was over. The rain had finally stopped. The air smelled like ozone and crushed grass. My dad handed me a mug of hot cocoa. He didn't say, "Good job," or "I'm proud of you." He just looked out at the flooded pasture, took a sip of his coffee, and said, "The water always recedes, Claire Bear. You just have to make sure you're standing on high ground when it does." I open my eyes. The memory fades, replaced by the dark, muddy reality of the town. We aren't on high ground anymore. We're in a bowl, surrounded by a world that wants to drown us, and I don't know how much longer we can tread water. "Claire!" Sarah whispers sharply. I snap to attention. "What?" "Movement, by the old rusted tractor on the ridge." I grab my rifle, bring the scope to my eye, and peer into the darkness. The optics are decent, but the light is terrible. I scan the ridgeline. The rusted husk of the tractor is a dark lump against the slightly less dark sky. Then I see it. A figure detaches itself from the shadow of the tractor. It's moving slowly, a dragging, uneven shuffle. The head is tilted at an unnatural angle. "Infected," I say, my heart rate slowing back down to normal. It's just one of the dead. "Should I take the shot?" Sarah asks, raising her own rifle. "No, it's too far out, and it's moving parallel to the wall, not toward it. Save the ammo. If we shoot, we might draw more." We watch the solitary figure drag itself along the ridge, silhouetted briefly against the skyline before it disappears into the trees on the other side. It's a stark reminder. The thaw isn't just bringing mud. It's waking them up. The long, quiet winter is over. The dead are walking again. My shift is over in 20 minutes, Sarah says, lowering her rifle. She sounds incredibly tired. I'm going to sleep for a week. You'll sleep for 4 hours, and then you're on latrine duty, I remind her gently. She groans. Right. The glamour of the apocalypse. When the shift change comes, I climb down the wooden ladder and walk back to my room. The mud sucks at my boots. The sky is beginning to turn a pale, bruised gray in the east. Another day. I lie down on my cot, but I don't sleep. I just stare at the ceiling, thinking about the man in the basement and the long, muddy spring stretching out ahead of us. The town council meets the next afternoon in the old elementary school gym. It's colder inside the gym than it is outside. The high ceilings trap the chill, and the echo makes every voice sound harsh and metallic. There are 5 people on the council: Mayor Thomas, Dr. Eris, Marcus representing the Rangers, a woman named Helen who manages the rationing, and David representing the agricultural workers. I'm not on the council, but I'm asked to attend because I'm the one who interrogated Elias. I stand near the back of the room, leaning against the folded-up bleachers while they argue, and they do argue. He's a drain on resources we don't have, Thomas says, tapping his pen against the folding table. He ate 2 bowls of stew yesterday. That's 2 bowls taken from our own people. He was starving, Thomas, Eris replies, rubbing his tired eyes behind his taped glasses. His caloric deficit was massive. You can't just give a starving man half a ration and expect him to recover. I don't expect him to recover here, Thomas shoots back. I expect him to leave. If you send him out now, he dies, Eris repeats. It's the same argument they had at the gate, just louder and with an echo. We are not a charity, Thomas snaps, his voice cracking slightly. We are a survival enclave, and if we take on every stray dog that wanders our gates, we will all starve by winter. Helen, tell them. Helen, a severe-looking woman with her gray hair pulled into a tight bun, looks at her ledger. The mayor is correct. If we add another adult male to the daily caloric distribution, we will have to reduce the baseline ration by another 2% across the board to make it to the harvest. The room goes quiet. 2% doesn't sound like much, but when you're already living on the edge of malnutrition, 2% is the difference between having the energy to swing an axe and collapsing in the mud. What about his story? David asks, looking at me. Do we believe him? All eyes turn to me. I push off the bleachers and walk closer to the table. His story about the route he took checks out, I said carefully. He knows the geography. He knows which bridges are out and which gas stations burned down. But that doesn't mean he's telling the truth about who he is, or why he's here. You think he's a scout, Marcus says. It's not a question. I think the timing is suspicious. The snow melts, the road's clear, and a week later a man conveniently collapses right near our patrol routes. It's possible, but I don't have proof. So we interrogate him again, Thomas says, harder this time. I look at the mayor. Harder? You want me to pull his fingernails off, Thomas? He's already missing half the skin on them from frostbite. Thomas flushes. I want answers, Claire. I want to know if there's an armed group waiting in the woods to slaughter us in our beds. I'll talk to him, I say, my voice flat. But if you want someone to torture him, you'll have to find someone else. I don't wait to be dismissed. I turn and walk out of the gym. I can hear them start arguing again before the heavy doors even swing shut. I go straight to the basement of the town hall. Greg is still on guard duty, looking bored and cold. He unlocks the heavy steel door without me having to ask. I step inside. Elias is sitting on the edge of the cot. He looks slightly better today. The gray pallor has left his skin, replaced by a more natural, albeit pale, tone. His bandaged hands are resting on his knees. The council is deciding your fate, I say, pulling the wooden chair around and sitting down backward, resting my arms on the backrest. I figured, he says. His voice is less raspy today. It's a deep, calm baritone. Let me guess. The man with the clipboard wants me gone. The doctor wants me to stay, and you're trying to figure out which one of them is going to get us all killed. I raised an eyebrow. You're observant. You don't survive 4 years out there by being blind. Tell me about the group you lost, I said. The ones at the gas station. He looks down at his hands. There's not much to tell. We met up about a year ago. 2 brothers from Ohio, a woman who used to be a nurse, and an older couple. We kept moving. Staying in one place too long draws them. You were the leader?
We didn't have a leader. We just had people who agreed on which direction to walk.
And you left them. He looks up, his pale blue eyes locking onto mine. There's no shame in them today, just a cold, hard truth.
The glass broke. The herd poured in. The older couple went down first. The brothers tried to fight. The nurse froze. I was near the back exit. I evaluated the situation, realized it was unsalvageable, and I left. If I had stayed, I would be dead. My dying wouldn't have saved them.
It's a brutal clinical assessment. It's exactly the kind of math Mayor Thomas tries to do, but Thomas does it from behind a desk. Elias did it while listening to people being torn apart. You're a pragmatist, I say.
I'm alive.
I study him. He's not a terrified victim. He's a survivor, and survivors are dangerous because they will do whatever it takes to stay that way. There's something you're not telling me, I say, my voice dropping to a whisper. You didn't just wander down Route 95. You were heading somewhere specific. Where? For a long moment, he doesn't answer. He just stares at the flickering lantern on the table. Then he sighs.
We heard a radio broadcast.
The air in the small cell suddenly feels very thin. There are no broadcasts. The grid is dead. The repeaters are dead.
Shortwave, he says. We found an old ham radio set up in a basement in Pennsylvania. We got it working for a few hours. There was a broadcast repeating on a loop. A settlement, south of here, down in the Carolinas.
Everyone claims there's a safe zone somewhere else, I say dismissively. It's a myth. It's what people tell themselves so they don't blow their brains out.
It wasn't a myth, Elias says, leaning forward, his voice intense. They were broadcasting coordinates. They were broadcasting crop yields. They have power, Claire. Real power, hydroelectric from an old dam. They have walls made of concrete, not scrap metal. They are rebuilding.
I stare at him. I want to tell him he's lying. I want to tell him he's crazy, but the conviction in his voice is absolute. Why didn't you tell the patrol this, I ask.
Because if I told them, they would have thought I was crazy, or worse, they would have wanted to come with me, and I travel faster alone.
You want to go to this place?
I am going to this place, he corrects me, as soon as I can walk without my toes bleeding. I'm leaving. I don't want your town. I don't want your food. I just want to rest for a few days, and then I'm gone.
I sit back in the chair. A safe zone. Real power. Concrete walls. It's a dangerous idea. In a place like this, hope is the most dangerous thing you can introduce. If the people in this town hear about a utopia down south, half of them will want to pack up and leave. They'll abandon the walls, they'll abandon the greenhouse, and they'll die on the road trying to find a place that probably doesn't even exist. You don't tell anyone else about this, I say, my voice hard. You don't mention the radio. You don't mention the Carolinas. If you do, I will put a bullet in you myself. He looks at me, understanding dawning in his eyes.
You're afraid they'll leave.
I'm afraid they'll die for a fairy tale. I stand up, grab the chair, and push it back against the wall. I'll tell the council you're harmless, I say, walking toward the door. I'll tell them you're a drifter who got lucky. You can stay for 3 days. You get half rations. Then we open the gates, and you walk.
Thank you,
he says quietly. I don't answer. I knock on the door, and Greg lets me out. I walk back up into the fading light of the afternoon. My mind is racing. Concrete walls. Hydroelectric power. It's a lie. It has to be a lie. But as I walk through the mud, looking at the tired, dirty faces of the people I'm trying to protect, a small, treacherous part of me wonders, what if it isn't? The next morning, before the sun even clears the trees, I decide to run the trap line. I don't tell Marcus. I don't tell Sarah. I just saddle Buster, grab my rifle, and ride out the east gate while the mist is still thick on the ground. I need to be outside the walls. I need the cold air and the silence to clear my head. The claustrophobia of the town, combined with Elias's words about the safe zone, is making my skin crawl. The trap line is a primitive, early warning system we set up after finding the boot prints last night. It's nothing sophisticated, just heavy fishing lines strung between trees about a foot off the ground, connected to tin cans filled with pebbles and rusted screws. If something trips the line, the cans rattle. It's loud enough to hear from the watchtowers on a quiet night. The woods are dense here. The pines are ancient, their lower branches dead and brittle, creating a tangled underbrush that's difficult to navigate even on foot. On horseback, it's a slow, deliberate process. Buster picks his way through the trees with practiced care, his hooves sinking softly into the damp pine needles. The mist hangs in the air like torn cotton. It muffles sound, making the woods feel smaller, more intimate, and more dangerous. I check the first 3 traps along the eastern ridge. They're untouched. The fishing line is taut, the cans hanging silently from their branches. I guide Buster down into a shallow ravine that runs parallel to the south wall. This is the blind spot. The trees are too thick here for the watchtowers to get a clear line of sight. It's where we found the boot prints. As we descend into the ravine, Buster stops. He doesn't rear up or whinny. He just plants his front hooves, his ears pinning flat against his skull. He lets out a low, vibrating snort. "Easy," I whisper, sliding my rifle out of the scabbard. I don't dismount. Height is an advantage. I scan the mist. At first I don't see anything, just the gray trunks of the pines and the white fog. Then I see the trap. The fishing line is snapped. Not tripped. Snapped. The 2 ends are dangling uselessly in the dirt. The tin can is lying on its side, dented. I click my tongue, urging Buster forward a few steps. He obeys, but his muscles are bunched tight beneath me. I look at the ground around the broken line. The pine needles are disturbed. There are tracks. They aren't the dragging, shuffling grooves of the infected, and they aren't the clean, deliberate boot prints we found a month ago. These tracks are chaotic. Deep gouges in the mud, slipped footing, scraped bark on the base of a nearby pine tree. Someone was running fast, and running scared. I dismount, keeping the reins looped over my arm, and crouch down by the tracks. I touch the edge of one of the boot prints. The mud is still soft, the edges sharp. It happened recently, maybe last night, maybe a few hours ago. I follow the tracks with my eyes. They lead up the side of the ravine, heading east away from the town. Then I see the blood. It's a dark, almost black smear against the pale bark of a birch tree about 10 yards away. I walk over to it. It's fresh enough that it hasn't completely dried. Someone brushed against the tree while they were running. "Who was chasing you?" I whisper to the empty woods. I look back at the tracks. I look at the blood, and then I look further up the ravine. These are different. They are the shuffling, dragging marks of the infected. But there are so many of them. The ground is churned up, the pine needles trampled into a thick paste. It's not a straggler. It's not even a small group. It's a herd. A cold knot forms in my stomach. The thaw. The road's clearing. Elias said his group was overrun by a herd up north. He said he ran. What if he didn't outrun them? What if he just led them here? I stand up, my knuckles white on the grip of my rifle. The silence of the woods suddenly feels incredibly oppressive. The mist isn't hiding emptiness anymore. It's hiding whatever made those tracks. I mount Buster in one fluid motion. "Come on, boy, let's go." We don't walk back. We trot. When we hit the tree line and the ground clears, I push him into a canter. The town walls appear through the mist, gray and solid. "Open the gate!" I yell as we approach. The sentries scramble, the heavy iron hinges groaning as the gate swings inward. I ride through and pull Buster to a hard stop in the mud of the main street. Marcus is already walking toward me, his face tight. He knows I don't ride fast unless there's a reason. "What is it?" he asks, grabbing Buster's bridle to steady him. "The traps in the south ravine are tripped," I say, sliding out of the saddle. "Someone was running through the woods, bleeding." "Elias's people?" "Maybe, but that's not the worst part." I look at him, the cold knot in my stomach tightening. "There's a herd, Marcus, a big one. The tracks are fresh. They're moving through the ravine." Marcus curses, a short, sharp sound. He looks up at the watchtowers. "Did they turn toward the walls?" "No, the tracks are headed east, but they're close. Too close." "Thomas is going to panic," Marcus says, rubbing his beard. "He is going to want to lock the town down. No patrols, no scavenging." "Thomas is right," I say. Marcus looks at me, surprised. I never agree with the mayor. If there's a herd that size moving through the woods, we don't send people out to stumble into them. We lock the gates. We reinforce the weak spots. We wait for them to pass. "And what about the person who is bleeding?" Marcus asks. "If it's one of Elias's people, they might know where the safe zone is. They might have answers." I look back toward the heavy wooden gates. Out there, in the mist, someone is bleeding and running for their life. A month ago, I would have volunteered to track them. I would have risked it to find out who was watching our walls. But Elias's words are still echoing in my head. Concrete walls. Hydroelectric power. If we lose people chasing ghosts in the wood, we'll never have the strength to make the journey south, if we ever decide to go. We leave them, I say, my voice sounding harsher than I intend. If they survive, they survive. If they don't, they don't. We protect the town. Marcus stares at me for a long moment. He nods slowly. I'll tell the sentries to double the watch, and I'll tell Thomas to initiate a lockdown. He walks away, shouting orders at the men on the wall. I take Buster back to the stables. I unsaddle him, brush him down, and give him water. My hands are shaking slightly. I made the pragmatic choice. I made the choice Elias would have made. I evaluated the situation, realized the risk was too high, and I closed the door. I'm keeping the town safe, but as I walk back to my room, the mud pulling at my boots, I can't stop thinking about the blood on the birch tree. I wonder if that's how it starts. You stop risking your life for strangers, then you stop risking it for your neighbors, and eventually, you're just sitting alone in a locked room, waiting for the food to run out. Testing. I lit a candle tonight, just a small one. It's made from rendered animal fat and a scrap of cotton shirt for a wick. It smells terrible, like burnt meat and old sweat, but it gives off this tiny flickering orange light. It's the only light in the room. I told the council Elias was harmless. I told him he was just a broken man who got lucky. They agreed to let him stay for 3 days to heal his frostbite, and then were putting him back outside the gates. I lied to them. He's not harmless. He is the most dangerous thing that's come into this town since the winter started. Concrete walls, hydroelectric power, crop yields. That's what he said. A safe zone down south. A real one. Not a makeshift junkyard fort like this place, but a real attempt to restart the world. I told him it was a myth. I threatened to kill him if he told anyone else. I acted like I didn't believe a word of it. But I do. I saw it in his eyes. He wasn't lying. He wasn't trying to manipulate me. He was just stating a fact. He's going there. He's going to walk hundreds of miles through a nightmare because he believes there's something better at the end of the road. And the terrifying part, the part that makes me want to lock the door and never come out, is that I want to go with him. I look at this town. I look at my mother, digging in exhausted soil, trying to coax life out of dirt that has nothing left to give. I look at Marcus, aging 10 years every winter we survive. I look at the kids playing in the mud, thinking this is all the world has ever been. We're not living. We're just dying very, very slowly. But if I tell them about the broadcast, if I tell them there might be a real safe zone, it will destroy this place. Mayor Thomas will call it a suicide mission. Half the town will agree with him and want to stay behind these walls. The other half will want to pack the carts and leave tomorrow. Families will split. People will fight. The community will tear itself apart over a ghost on a shortwave radio. And if they do leave, if we all pack up and march south, how many of us will actually make it? 10%? 20%? The roads are death traps. The woods are full of herds. We'd be dragging children and old people through a meat grinder based on the word of a stranger and a radio signal that might have died a year ago. It's my job to keep them safe. It's my job to make sure the walls hold. But what if the walls are just a tomb we built for ourselves? Trust is a funny thing. Before the collapse, you trusted people by default. You trusted the driver in the oncoming lane not to cross the yellow line. You trusted the bank to hold your money. You trusted the grocery store to have food on the shelves. Now trust is a currency, and it's the rarest currency we have.
I don't trust Elias. I don't know who he really is or what he's really running from, but I trust the hope in his voice. I trust that he believes what he heard. 3 days. He leaves in 3 days. I have 3 days to decide if I'm going to let him walk out of here alone, taking the only real hope I've felt in 4 years with him, or if I'm going to tell the town the truth and risk destroying everything my father died to protect. I don't know what to do. For the first time since the world ended, I really, truly don't know what to do. I'm going to blow out the candle now. I need to sleep. I need to stop thinking. End of log. This is Dead Air, Episode 2, The Thaw. Written by Andre Paulin. Read to you by Jenica Domanico. Dead Air, Episode 3, Elias. I don't know if anyone is alive at the South Gate. I'm running as fast as I can, but the mud is like concrete. I can hear them hitting the wood. It sounds like rain. It just sounds like heavy rain against the timber. I need to go back. I need to go back. I need to explain how this happened. 2 hours ago, the town was quiet. The lockdown was holding. And 3 days ago, we let Elias go. It started with the gate. The morning we let him out, the sky was the color of old iron, heavy, flat, and cold. The mud had frozen over during the night, leaving the main street a treacherous landscape of hard ridges and frozen puddles. We brought him up from the basement just after dawn. He looked better than when he arrived, but not by much. Dr. Eris had wrapped his frostbitten fingers in clean gauze, and Helen had given him a small canvas sack containing 3 days' worth of half rations, dried beans, a few strips of tough jerky, and a plastic bottle of water. It wasn't enough to get him to the Carolinas. It probably wasn't enough to get him to the state line, but it was what the council had agreed on. Marcus and I walked him to the main gate. Mayor Thomas stood on the porch of the town hall, watching us with his arms crossed, making sure we actually threw the stray dog back into the woods. Elias didn't say a word the entire walk. He just kept his eyes on the heavy iron hinges of the gate. When we reached the perimeter, Marcus signaled the men in the watchtower. The heavy wooden bar was lifted, and the gates groaned open, revealing the misty, silent expanse of the road leading north. "This is it," Marcus said, his voice flat. "Don't come back. If the sentries see you approaching the wall again, they won't ask questions. They'll just shoot." Elias nodded once. He adjusted the canvas sack over his shoulder. He didn't look at Marcus. He looked at me. His pale blue eyes were unreadable. I waited for him to say something, to beg, to threaten, to mention the radio broadcast one last time, just to twist the knife. He didn't. He just looked at me for a long, heavy second, and then he turned and walked out into the mist. We watched him go until the gray swallowed him completely. Then Marcus signaled the tower, and the gates slammed shut with a sound that echoed across the quiet town. "Good riddance," Marcus muttered, turning away. I stayed by the gate for a long time. I listened to the silence outside. I wondered if he was heading north, the way he came, or if he was already circling around to the south, aiming for a safe zone that I had decided was a lie. That was the last time I saw him alive. The paranoia started almost immediately. When you lock 200 people inside a wall and tell them there's a threat in the woods, the imagination does more damage than any physical enemy ever could. Thomas declared a full lockdown. No scavenging runs, no perimeter patrols beyond the immediate tree line. The greenhouse was closed except for 2 hours a day, and the rations were cut again to conserve our stores.
The town became a pressure cooker. People stopped talking in the streets. They hurried from their houses to the mess hall and back, keeping their heads down. The mud made everything worse. It was a physical manifestation of the misery, heavy, clinging, and impossible to escape. The worst part was the silence from the woods. I had told Marcus about the tracks in the ravine, the herd. We knew they were out there. We had doubled the watch, expecting them to hit the walls within hours. But they didn't. For 2 days, nothing happened. The traps didn't rattle. The sentries didn't see any movement. The woods were perfectly, unnervingly still.
"They moved on," Thomas declared confidently under a tense meeting on the second day. "They followed the river east. We're safe." "Herds don't just vanish, Thomas," Marcus argued, his hands planted flat on the table. "They get caught in the terrain. The ravines around here are like funnels. If they were moving east, the sentries on the north ridge would have spotted them." "Then where are they?" Thomas demanded.
"I don't know," Marcus admitted, "but they're out there." I didn't say anything during the meeting. I was too busy thinking about Elias. I kept imagining him walking through the woods, stumbling into that mass of dead flesh, or worse. I kept imagining him sitting by a fire somewhere down south, eating fresh food behind concrete walls, while we slowly starved in the mud. The doubt was eating me alive. On the 3rd night of the lockdown, I went to the greenhouse. It was strictly against Thomas's orders to be out after curfew, but I didn't care. I needed the smell of the soil. I needed to be somewhere that felt alive. My mother was there. She was supposed to be in her room, but she had a small shaded lantern set up near the back planter boxes, working the dirt in the dim light. "You're going to get us both arrested by the mayor's imaginary police force," I said, stepping inside and letting the heavy plastic door fall shut behind me. She didn't jump. She just kept turning the soil with a small hand trowel.
"Thomas is a fool. Plants don't care about curfews. If I don't turn this compost tonight, the rot will set in by morning."
I walked over and sat on the edge of the wooden box. The air was thick and warm, a stark contrast to the biting cold inside.
"You look terrible, Claire," she said, finally looking up at me.
"Thanks. I feel terrible."
"You haven't slept since we let that man go." She wiped her hands on her apron. "What did he say to you in the basement?"
I stiffened. "Nothing. He just told his story again." My mother has a way of looking at me that makes me feel like I'm 12 years old and trying to lie about breaking a window. She doesn't push. She just waits. She lets the silence do the work. "He told me a story," I said finally, my voice low. "He said he heard a radio broadcast, short wave, from the Carolinas. He said there's a safe zone down there. Concrete walls, hydroelectric power, real farms." My mother stopped moving. The trowel rested motionless in the dirt.
"And you didn't tell the council?"
If I told the council, Thomas would have laughed him out of the room. But half the town would have believed him. They would have wanted to leave. We'd lose 50 people to the roads in a week.
"So you made the decision for them?"
"I protected them," I snapped, defensive. "It's a fairy tale. People hear what they want to hear on the static. It's not real."
"If you believe it's not real, why aren't you sleeping?"
I didn't have an answer for that. I looked away, staring at the stunted, pathetic little sprouts trying to push their way through the exhausted soil. "Your father used to say that," she said softly. "He used to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders and pretend it wasn't heavy. He thought protecting people meant lying to them." "It kept us alive."
"It kept us breathing," she corrected. "There's a difference."
She went back to turning the soil. The rhythmic, scraping sound of the metal trowel against the dirt was the only sound in the greenhouse. "I don't know what to do anymore," I whispered. It was the most honest thing I had said out loud in 4 years. She reached out and put her hand over mine. Her skin was rough, stained with earth, but incredibly warm.
"You do what you have to do today, Claire. Tomorrow will figure itself out."
It was a nice sentiment, a comfortable, motherly platitude. But tomorrow didn't figure itself out. Tomorrow brought the herd. The lockdown does something terrible to the concept of time. When you're working, when you're patching walls, brushing horses, or patrolling the tree line, the days bleed into one another, but they move. You have a purpose. You have a physical exhaustion that earns you sleep. During a lockdown, time just pools around your ankles and stagnates. By the second day, the claustrophobia inside the walls was palpable. The town is small to begin with, but when everyone is confined to their homes or the immediate vicinity of the mess hall, it feels like a cage. You start noticing things you usually ignore. The way Miller clears his throat every 3 minutes. The sharp metallic smell of the unwashed clothes hanging on the porches. The constant low-level hum of the generators trying to keep the medical fridge cold. And the arguments. When people are scared and bored, they fight over nothing. I spent 2 hours on Wednesday afternoon standing between David and a woman named Carla. They were screaming at each other over a missing spool of copper wire. It wasn't about the wire. It was about the fact that they were terrified of the silence coming from the woods, and yelling at each other was the only way they could feel like they had some control over their environment. I didn't yell back. I just stood there, letting them burn themselves out, until they were both too tired to speak. Then I told them to go back to their houses. That night, the temperature dropped again, bringing a sharp, biting frost that turned the mud into jagged ridges of ice. I was sitting in my room, staring at the ceiling. The silence was absolute. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw Elias's face. I saw him walking into the mist. I wondered if he had found shelter, or if he was freezing to death under a tree somewhere. To stop myself from thinking about him, I forced myself to think about the past. It's a dangerous game. Memory is a minefield, but sometimes the old pain is easier to handle than the new fear. I thought about the first month after my father died. It was just my mother and me. We had the truck, a half-empty tank of gas, and 2 hunting rifles. We didn't know where we were going. We just knew we had to stay off the main highways. The highways were where the panic was. The highways were where people were killing each other over bottled water and gasoline. We drove through back roads, logging trails, and abandoned farm tracks. I remember the silence of my mother in those days. It wasn't a peaceful silence. It was the silence of a woman who had just had her entire world violently ripped away and was holding her breath so she wouldn't shatter. We slept in the cab of the truck. We took turns keeping watch. I was 25, but in those weeks I felt like a terrified child. Every shadow looked like a man with a gun. Every snapped twig sounded like a bone breaking. One night we parked behind an old burned-out diner in the middle of nowhere. It was pouring rain. The roof of the truck cab was leaking, dripping freezing water onto the dashboard. We had half a can of cold baked beans left. I was sitting in the driver's seat, staring out through the rain-streaked windshield. I was so tired, so hungry, and so profoundly sad that I couldn't even cry. I just felt hollow. My mother reached across the center console and took the cold can of beans from my hands. She set it on the dashboard. Then she reached out and pulled me into her arms. She didn't say anything. She didn't say it was going to be okay. She didn't promise that we would find a safe place. She just held me while the rain hammered against the metal roof of the truck. It was the only time she allowed herself to be a mother instead of a survivor. The next morning, she taught me how to siphon gas from an abandoned sedan without swallowing it. The softness was gone, replaced by the hard, necessary pragmatism that would keep us alive. But I never forgot that night in the truck. It was the moment I realized that survival isn't just about not dying. It's about finding a reason to keep breathing when everything else is gone. Lying on my cot in the lockdown town 4 years later, I wondered what Elias's reason was. What made him keep walking after he left his friends to die in that gas station? Was it just pure animal instinct? Or did he really believe that the concrete walls and the hydroelectric power? I turned over on the narrow cot, pulling the thin wool blanket up to my chin. The cold was seeping through the floorboards. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine the Carolinas. I tried to imagine a place where the light stayed on all night, where you didn't have to ration dried beans, where you could sleep without keeping a loaded weapon within arm's reach. It felt like trying to imagine a color I had never seen. I fell asleep eventually, but it wasn't restful. I dreamed of mud and mist, and the sound of heavy boots walking away from me in the dark. The siege was not a battle. It was a test of endurance. When you read about sieges in history books, they sound dynamic. Arrows flying, oil burning, men shouting orders. But the reality of holding a wall against the dead is nothing like that. It is a slow, grinding, terrifying exercise in physical and mental stamina. After the initial chaos, after Greg's gunshot, after the blind firing into the fog, after we managed to brace the buckling beam, the reality of the situation set in. We were out of ammunition, or at least Marcus had ordered us to stop shooting. "Save the bullets for if the wall breaches," he had yelled down from the tower. "If they get inside, we'll need every round." So we stopped shooting, and the waiting began. The fog was so thick it felt like damp wool pressed against our faces. The cold was absolute, seeping through our boots and jackets, settling into our bones. I was standing shoulder to shoulder with Miller and David, our backs pressed flat against the heavy wooden brace we had just nailed into place. We were acting as human counterweights. Every time the herd outside surged forward, the corrugated metal of the shipping container groaned, transferring the pressure to the wooden beam and then to us. It was a sickening sensation. You could feel the weight of them, not just the physical mass, but the mindless, relentless intent. They didn't get tired. They didn't feel the cold. They just pressed and scratched and pushed. "How many do you think are out there?" Miller whispered. His teeth were chattering so hard I could hear them clicking together in the dark. "I don't think about it," I said, my voice tight. "Just keep your weight on the beam." "It feels like hundreds," David muttered from my other side. He was breathing heavily, his boots slipping slightly in the freezing mud. "It feels like the whole damn county is out there." "If it was the whole county, the wall would be down already," I said, trying to inject a confidence I didn't feel. "It's just the herd from the ravine. They're disorganized. They're just pushing because the ones behind them are pushing. What if they don't stop?" Miller asked, his voice rising in pitch, edging towards panic. "What if they just stay there until we freeze to death?" "Then we freeze to death holding the wall," I snapped. "But you do not step away from this beam, Miller. Do you understand me?" He didn't answer, but I felt him shift his weight, pressing harder against the wood. The hours dragged on. It felt like weeks. My legs began to cramp. My shoulders ached from the constant pressure. The cold had numbed my fingers and toes so completely that I wasn't sure they were still attached to my body. Every now and then, the pressure would ease for a few seconds. The groaning outside would shift pitch, as if the herd was getting confused or losing interest. Hope would flare up in my chest. Then a silent, violent surge would hit the metal again, knocking the breath out of us and driving the wooden brace hard against our spines. It was psychological torture. Above us in the watchtower, Marcus and Greg were silent. They couldn't see anything in the fog, and there was nothing for them to shoot at without wasting ammo. They were just listening, exactly like we were. Sometime around 3 in the morning, the freezing fog turned into a light, icy drizzle. The water coated the metal of the shipping containers, turning them slick. It coated our jackets, freezing into a stiff, crackling shell. "Claire," David whispered, his voice sounding incredibly weak. "I don't think I can hold it much longer. My legs. I can't feel my legs." You can hold it, I said, gritting my teeth. Think about your wife, David. Think about the greenhouse. You step away, this wall comes down, and they all die. You can hold it. I'm trying, he sobbed quietly. I'm trying. I reached out blindly in the dark and grabbed his arm, squeezing it as hard as my numb fingers would allow. I know you are. Just lean on me. Shift your weight toward me. We adjusted our stance, sharing the burden. It was in that moment, pressed against the freezing wood, listening to a man cry quietly beside me while the dead scratched at the metal inches away, that I realized how fragile we truly were. We had built walls, we had planted crops, we had established rules and a council. We called ourselves a town. We pretended we were rebuilding civilization, but we weren't. We were just a group of terrified animals huddled in a box, holding the door shut while the wolves scratched at the outside. One broken piece of wood, one moment of exhaustion, one mistake from a panicked sentry in the fog, and it would be all over. Elias had seen this. He had sat in our basement, looked at our mare, looked at our walls, and he had seen the truth. This place wasn't a sanctuary. It was a waiting room. That's why he wanted to go south. He didn't just want safety. He wanted a place where survival wasn't a daily negotiation with a rusted piece of corrugated steel. The pressure on the beam surged again, harder this time. The wood groaned, a deep structural sound that vibrated through my spine. "Hold!" I screamed, throwing everything I had left against the brace. We held. The wood screamed. The metal buckled slightly, but it held. And then, slowly, the pressure began to recede. It didn't happen all at once. It was gradual. The frantic scratching slowed down. The groans became less urgent, more scattered. The sheer physical weight pressing against the wall lessened. The freezing drizzle was washing away our scent. The cold was slowing them down. Without the noise of the guns to keep them focused, their mindless drive was failing. "They're stopping," Miller whispered, disbelief thick in his voice. "Don't move," I ordered. "Keep your weight on the beam. Wait." We waited. Another hour passed. The sky began to turn a bruised, pale gray in the east. The fog lifted slightly, revealing the dark silhouettes of the trees in the distance. The silence returned. It wasn't the heavy, ringing silence of the lockdown. It was the exhausted, hollow silence of the aftermath. "Marcus," I called up to the tower, my voice hoarse and cracked. "I can't see them," Marcus called back, his voice equally rough. "The immediate perimeter is clear. They're gone." I stepped away from the beam. My legs almost gave out immediately. I had to grab the side of the shipping container to keep from falling into the mud. David slumped against the wood, sliding down until he was sitting in the muck, his head in his hands. Miller just stood there, staring blankly at the metal wall, shivering violently. We had survived the night, but as I looked at the exhausted, broken people around me, I knew we hadn't won anything. We had just bought ourselves a little more time in the waiting room. The attack didn't start with a roar. It started with a mistake. It was the 4th night of the lockdown. The temperature had dropped again, freezing the mud into hard, jagged peaks. A thick, freezing fog had rolled in off the river, swallowing the town. From the ground, you couldn't see the watchtowers. From the watchtowers, you couldn't see the tree line. It was the worst possible conditions for a perimeter watch. I was in my room, trying to sleep. I had my boots off, but I was fully dressed, my rifle leaning against the wall next to the cot. The silence was heavy, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. Then, the gunshot. It wasn't a clean, sharp crack. It was muffled by the fog, a dull thump that echoed flatly across the rooftops. I was off the cot and moving before my brain fully registered the sound. I jammed my feet into my stiff, freezing boots, didn't bother tying the laces, grabbed my rifle and kicked the door open. The cold air hit me like a physical blow. The street was already coming alive. Doors were opening, people stepping out onto their porches, faces pale and frightened in the dim light of kerosene lanterns. "Stay inside!" I yelled, my voice tearing through the fog. "Lock your doors! Do not come out!" I ran toward the south wall. That's where the shot had come from. As I ran, the silence broke. It wasn't another gunshot. It was the sound I had heard before, but never this loud, never this close. It was a collective, wet groan. The sound of hundreds of throats trying to draw breath through ruined vocal cords. The sound of dragging feet on frozen mud. The herd wasn't moving east. They had been in the ravine the whole time, waiting, and someone had just rung the dinner bell. I reached the south perimeter. The wall here was made of corrugated shipping containers stacked too high, reinforced with heavy timber. The watchtower was a wooden platform bolted to the top of the containers. Greg was up there. I could see his silhouette through the fog, leaning over the railing, his rifle pointed down into the darkness. "Greg!" I screamed, scrambling up the wooden ladder that led to the catwalk. "What did you do?" I reached the platform. Greg was shaking so hard his rifle barrel was rattling against the wooden railing. His face was completely devoid of color. I saw something," he stammered, his eyes wide with panic. "In the fog. It was moving toward the wall. I told it to stop. It didn't stop." "So you fired a warning shot?" I grabbed him by the collar of his jacket, pulling him away from the edge. "In a fog bank? With a herd in the ravine?" "I didn't know," he cried, his voice breaking. "I thought it was Elias. I thought he came back." I pushed him aside and stepped up to the railing. I looked down. The fog was swirling, thick and gray. At first, I couldn't see anything, but I could hear them. The groaning was louder now, closer. Then the fog parted for a second. They were right at the base of the wall. There weren't 10 or 20. There were dozens of them, pressing against the corrugated steel, their ruined hands scratching uselessly at the metal. And behind them, emerging from the fog like ghosts, were dozens more, hundreds more. The gunshot hadn't just drawn their attention. It had given them a focal point. The entire herd that had been wandering aimlessly in the ravine was now funneling directly toward the south wall. "Oh, God," Greg whispered, dropping to his knees on the wooden platform. "Get up!" I snapped, pulling the bolt back on my rifle. "Get up and start shooting. Aim for the ones in the back. Try to break their momentum." I raised my rifle, found a target in the swirling gray mass, and pulled the trigger. The recoil punched my shoulder. The infected dropped. But the sound of my shot only made the groaning louder. Suddenly, Marcus was beside me on the platform. He didn't ask what happened. He took one look over the railing, cursed loudly, and raised his own weapon. "Thomas!" Marcus roared over his shoulder, his voice booming across the town. "Get every able-bodied person with a gun to the south wall, now!" For the next hour, the world dissolved into chaos, noise, and the smell of gunpowder. It was a blind, brutal fight. The fog made it impossible to aim properly. We were just firing into the mass, hoping to thin their numbers before the weight of their bodies compromised the wall. But there were too many of them. The shipping containers were strong, but the wooden reinforcements at the base were old and waterlogged from the thaw. I could feel the platform shuddering beneath my feet as the sheer physical pressure of hundreds of bodies pressed against the metal below. "The brace is giving!" someone yelled from the ground. It was Miller. He was standing near the base of the wall, holding a lantern, pointing at a thick wooden beam that was beginning to bow inward with a terrifying, splintering sound. If that beam snapped, the container would shift. If the container shifted, the gap between it and the next section of wall would open, and the town would fall. I didn't think. I just reacted. I slung my rifle over my shoulder, grabbed a heavy iron crowbar from the tool rack on the platform, and scrambled down the ladder. The noise on the ground was deafening, the groans of the infected, the rhythmic thud of bodies hitting the metal, the crack of rifles from the towers. I hit the frozen mud at a dead run. This is where the recording started. I'm running as fast as I can, but the mud is like concrete. I can hear them hitting the wood. It sounds like rain. I reach the bowing beam. Miller is standing there, paralyzed by fear, watching the wood splinter. "Help me!" I scream at him, jamming the hooked end of the crowbar under the base of the beam, trying to lever it back into place. Miller drops the lantern. It shatters on the frozen ground. the kerosene igniting in a brief, useless flash of orange flame before dying out. He grabs the beam with his bare hands, pushing with all his weight. "It's too heavy!" he cries, his boots slipping in the mud. "Push!" I roar, throwing my entire body weight against the crowbar. Above us, the container groans, the metal buckling slightly under the pressure of the herd outside. Suddenly, another pair of hands grabs the beam, then another. I look over. It's David and Sarah and Dr. Eris. Half the town has run to the wall, unarmed, just throwing their bodies against the wood, trying to hold the perimeter by sheer physical force. "Heave!" Marcus yells from the tower above. We push. My muscles scream. My boots slide in the muck, but the beam slowly, agonizingly shifts back into its notch. "Hold it!" I yell, dropping the crowbar and grabbing a heavy steel bracket from the mud. I slam it over the joint. "Hammer! Give me a hammer!" Someone shoves a heavy mallet into my hand. I swing it blindly in the dark, driving the thick iron nails through the bracket and onto the wood. 1, 2, 3. The beam holds. The container stops shifting. But the pressure outside doesn't stop. We spend the rest of the night standing against the wall. We don't shoot anymore. We're out of ammunition. Or close enough to it that Marcus orders a ceasefire. We just stand there in the freezing fog, our shoulders pressed against the cold metal, feeling the thud of dead hands on the other side. We wait for the wall to break. It doesn't. Sometime around dawn, the temperature drops even further. The fog begins to lift, turning into a light, freezing drizzle. And slowly, agonizingly slowly, the groaning begins to fade. Without the noise of the guns to keep them focused, the herd loses interest. The mindless drive that pushed them against the metal dissipates. They begin to wander off, shuffling back into the woods, following the path of least resistance. By the time the sun fully rises, casting a pale, sickly light over the town, the perimeter is quiet. We survived. I step away from the wall. My arms are trembling so hard I can barely hold my rifle. I look around at the faces of the people standing in the mud. They are exhausted, filthy, and terrified. But they are alive. "Good work," Marcus says quietly, climbing down from the tower. He looks 10 years older than he did yesterday. I don't answer him. I turn and walk toward the small access hatch built into the side of the container. "Where are you going?" Marcus asks, stepping in front of me. "I'm going outside. I want to see how much damage they did to the exterior." "Are you crazy? There could be stragglers." "Then I'll shoot them," I say, my voice completely devoid of emotion. I push past him and unbolt the heavy iron hatch. I step out into the freezing drizzle. The ground outside the wall is a nightmare. The mud has been churned into a bloody freezing paste. There are bodies everywhere, infected that were crushed against the metal by the weight of the herd behind them, or shot by the sentries in the tower. The smell is unimaginable. I walk along the perimeter, my rifle raised, stepping carefully over the tangled limbs and ruined faces of the dead. The metal of the shipping containers is dented and scraped, but the structural integrity held. We got lucky, incredibly lucky. I reached the section of the wall where the beam had almost given way. There is a pile of bodies here, stacked 3 deep against the metal. I look down at them, feeling nothing but a cold, hollow emptiness. Then I see the jacket. It's an oversized parka, filthy, torn, covered in frozen mud and dark blood. But I recognize it. It's the jacket we gave to Elias. My breath catches in my throat. I crouch down, ignoring the smell, and grab the shoulder of the jacket. I pull hard, rolling the body over so I can see the face. It's him. Elias's pale blue eyes are wide open, staring sightlessly up at the gray sky. His throat has been torn out. His hands, the hands Dr. Eris carefully bandaged, are ruined. The fingers broken from where he desperately tried to claw his way up the metal wall to escape the herd. He didn't lead them here. He was just walking south. He got caught in the fog. He ran blindly, panicked, and stumbled right into the herd that was waiting in the ravine. And when they chased him, he ran toward the only shelter he knew, He ran back to us. He was the shadow Greg saw in the fog. He was the warning shot. I kneel in the freezing mud, staring at his dead face. The canvas sack Helen gave him is still slung across his chest. It's torn open, the dried beans scattered in the bloody mud. He didn't make it a day. The man with the pragmatic eyes. The man who survived a massacre at a gas station. The man who believed in concrete walls and hydroelectric power. He died scratching at a rusted shipping container, screaming for help from people who were too terrified to open the door. I reach out, my hand trembling, and I close his eyes. I stand up. I look south, toward the tree line, toward the imaginary Carolinas. There is no safe zone. There is no power. There is just the mud, and the cold, and the dead. I turn around and walk back through the access hatch. I bolt the heavy iron door behind me, locking the world out. Before I found Elias's body, there was the search. When Marcus and I first stepped out of the access hatch into the freezing drizzle, the smell was the first thing that hit us. It was a thick, metallic stench of old blood, voided bowels, and wet decay. It clung to the back of my throat, making me want to gag. The ground was a massacre site. "Keep your rifle up," Marcus muttered, his boots slipping on the bloody mud. "Some of them might just be pinned under the dead weight, not actually dead." We moved slowly, methodically. The fog had lifted enough that we could see the tree line about 50 yards away. The woods were quiet now, but the silence felt predatory. I scanned the bodies. Most of them were unrecognizable. They had been pressed against the corrugated steel with such force that their faces were flattened, their limbs twisted at impossible angles. The ones that had been shot from the tower were easier to identify, but only barely. "Look at this," Marcus said, pointing with the barrel of his rifle. He was standing near the base of the watchtower. There was a deep, horizontal gouge in the metal of the shipping container, about chest high. It looked like someone had taken a massive angle grinder to the steel. "They did that with their hands," Marcus said, his voice quiet. "Just scratching and pushing. Give them another hour, and they would have torn the metal right off the frame." I touched the gouge. The edges were sharp, covered in dark frozen blood and bits of torn fingernails. "They were desperate," I said. "They weren't just attacking the wall. They were trying to get through it, like they were running from something else." Marcus looked at me sharply. "Running from what? They're the apex predator out here, Claire. Nothing hunts them." "I don't know," I admitted. "But look at the way they're piled up. They didn't spread out along the perimeter. They funneled right into this one spot. It's like they were being driven." We continued walking along the wall. The pile of bodies grew thicker near the section where the wooden brace had almost failed. It was where the pressure had been the greatest. I started pulling bodies off the pile, grabbing them by their torn clothes and hauling them into the mud. I needed to see the base of the wall. I needed to make sure the structural damage wasn't critical. It was grueling, disgusting work. My gloves were slick with freezing blood. "Claire, stop," Marcus said after I dragged the fifth body away. "We can get a work detail out here later to clear this up. Let's just check the perimeter and get back inside." "I need to see the brace," I insisted, grabbing the arm of a large, bloated infected wearing a ruined flannel shirt. I pulled hard. The body shifted, sliding down the pile with a wet, sucking sound. That's when I saw the parka. It was buried under two other bodies, pressed hard against the metal wall. The oversized, filthy parka we had given to Elias. My heart stopped. I dropped the arm of the infected I was holding. I stepped closer to the pile. "Claire, what is it?" Marcus asked, stepping up beside me. "Help me move these two," I said, my voice completely flat. Marcus didn't argue. He saw the look on my face. Together, we grabbed the bodies lying on top of the parka and hauled them away. Then I reached down and grabbed the shoulder of the jacket. I pulled hard, rolling the body over so I could see the face. It was him. Elias. He hadn't been running from the herd. He had been running with them. Or rather, he had been caught in the middle of them, when whatever drove them out of the ravine pushed them toward our walls. I knelt in the freezing mud, staring at his dead face. The canvas sack Helen had given him was still slung across his chest, torn open, the dried beans scattered in the bloody mud. He didn't make it a day. I reached out, my hand trembling, and closed his eyes. "Is that—" Marcus started, his voice trailing off. "Yes," I said. "Did he lead them here?" I shook my head. "Look at his hands, Marcus. Look at his throat. He didn't lead them. He was running from them. He ran toward the only shelter he knew. He ran back to us." Marcus stared at the body for a long time. Then he looked up at the watchtower, where Greg had fired the warning shot into the fog. "Greg saw him," Marcus whispered. "He saw Elias running toward the gate, and he fired." "And the shot drew the rest of the herd," I finished. We stood there in silence. The implications of what had happened were too heavy to process all at once. We had sent a man out to die, and in his desperate attempt to survive, he had almost brought the walls down on top of us. "What do we tell Thomas?" Marcus asked finally. I looked down at Elias's face one last time. I thought about the radio broadcast. I thought about the safe zone in the Carolinas. "Nothing," I said, standing up. "We tell him nothing. We tell him it was just dead infected. We tell him the wall held. Claire, if Thomas knows it was Elias, he'll use it to justify never opening the gates again. He'll turn this town into a tomb. And if the town finds out we sent a man out to die and he brought a herd back with him, they'll tear each other apart." I look Marcus in the eye. "We bury him with the rest of them, and we never speak of him again." Marcus held my gaze for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. We left Elias in the mud and walked back to the access hatch. We locked the heavy iron door behind us, sealing the truth outside the walls. After Marcus and I locked the access hatch, the adrenaline finally left my system. It didn't drain away slowly. It vanished all at once, leaving me feeling hollowed out and impossibly heavy. My boots felt like they were made of lead. My rifle, which I had been carrying for 12 hours straight, suddenly felt like it weighed 50 pounds. The town was waking up. People were emerging from their houses, their faces pale and drawn, looking toward the south wall with a mixture of terror and relief. The freezing drizzle had stopped, leaving a thin layer of ice over the mud. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to answer questions about the wall, or the herd, or the noise. I just wanted to disappear. I walked straight to the greenhouse. I knew my mother would be there. She always went to the greenhouse when she was stressed. It was her sanctuary, the only place in town where she had complete control over what lived and what died. When I pushed the heavy plastic door open, the warm, humid air hit me like a physical embrace. It smelled like wet earth and green life. A stark, shocking contrast to the metallic stench of blood and decay I had just left outside the walls. My mother was standing near the center aisle, holding a small watering can. She looked up when I walked in. She took one look at my face, the blood on my jacket, the mud caked onto my boots, and she set the watering can down. "Are you hurt?" she asked. Her voice was calm, but her hands were gripping the edge of the wooden planter box so tightly her knuckles were white. "No," I said, my voice sounding like it belonged to someone else. "I'm not hurt. The wall held." She exhaled a long, shaky breath. "I heard the gunshot, and then the noise. It sounded like the end of the world out there, Claire." "It was close," I admitted, walking over to the wooden bench near the back wall and collapsing onto it. I leaned my head back against the plastic sheeting, closing my eyes. The brace almost gave way. We had to hold it by hand until we could hammer a bracket over the joint. "But you held it." "We held it." She walked over and sat down next to me on the bench. She didn't ask me for details. She didn't ask how many there were or how close we came to dying. She just sat there, offering her presence. "I found him," I whispered, keeping my eyes closed. I felt her stiffen beside me. "Elias?" "Yes." "Outside the wall?" "He was in the pile, at the base of the container where the brace almost broke." I swallowed hard, trying to push the image of his ruined hands out of my mind. He didn't lead them here, Mom. He was running from them. He ran back to the gate, and Greg saw him in the fog. Greg fired a warning shot. That's what drew the herd to the wall. My mother was silent for a long time. The only sound in the greenhouse was the slow, steady drip of condensation falling from the plastic roof onto the soil. "Does Thomas know?" she asked finally. "No, just Marcus and me. We left him in the mud. We're going to bury him with the rest of them, and we're never going to tell anyone who he was. Claire, if I tell Thomas, he'll use it to lock this town forever," I said, opening my eyes and looking at her. "He'll say Elias was a threat, that letting him out was a mistake, that we should have killed him in the basement, and the town will agree with him. They'll be so terrified of the outside world that they'll never open the gates again." "What about you?" she asked softly. "Are you terrified of the outside world?" I looked down at my hands. They were shaking slightly. "I'm terrified of what I'm becoming," I confessed, my voice breaking. "I looked at his body, Mom. I looked at a man who died terrified and alone, trying to get back inside, and my first thought wasn't pity. It was relief. I was relieved I didn't have to worry about the safe zone anymore. I was relieved that the hope was dead, because hope is exhausting." My mother reached out and took my shaking hands in hers. She didn't try to offer me empty comfort. She didn't tell me I was a good person or that I did the right thing. She just held my hands, grounding me in the present moment. "Your father used to say that the hardest part of surviving wasn't fighting the wolves," she said quietly. "It was making sure you didn't become one." "I think I'm failing," I whispered. "No," she said firmly. "Wolves don't feel guilt, Claire. Wolves don't sit in greenhouses and cry over the people they couldn't save." I hadn't realized I was crying until she reached up and wiped a tear from my cheek with her dirt-stained thumb. "You're tired," she said, her voice softening into a gentle maternal tone I hadn't heard since the truck in the rain 4 years ago. "You've been carrying this town on your back for a long time. It's okay to be tired." "I can't stop," I said, leaning into her touch. "If I stop, the walls come down." "I know, but you can rest for an hour. Nobody is going to look for you in the greenhouse." I closed my eyes again. The warmth of the greenhouse, the smell of the soil, the steady presence of my mother beside me. It was the closest thing to safety I had felt in days. I didn't sleep. I just sat there, letting the exhaustion wash over me, trying to forget the sound of the dead scratching at the metal and the look in Elias's eyes before he walked out into the mist. An hour later, I stood up, picked up my rifle, and walked back out into the cold gray morning to face the town I had saved by letting a man die. I didn't tell anyone it was him. When I came back inside, Marcus asked me what I found. I told him it was just dead infected. I told him the wall held. I told him we were safe. I didn't mention the parka. I didn't mention the broken fingers. If I told them it was Elias, Thomas would have felt vindicated. He would have said the man was a liability, that he brought the herd to our gates, that we were right to throw him out. If I told my mother, she would have looked at me with that quiet, devastating disappointment. She would have known that if we had just kept him in the basement for 3 more days, he would still be alive. I couldn't face either of those things, so I lied. I'm getting very good at lying. I keep thinking about the radio broadcast, concrete walls, hydroelectric power, crop yields. When he was sitting in that cell, I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe that somewhere out there the world hadn't ended, that people were rebuilding, that there was a place where you didn't have to sleep with a loaded rifle next to your bed. But looking at his face in the mud, looking at the way he died, If there really is a safe zone down south, they really have power and walls and food, why are they broadcasting it on an open frequency? Why are they inviting every desperate, starving survivor on the continent to come knocking on their gates? They aren't. Nobody would do that. It goes against every law of survival we've learned in the last 4 years. It's a trap. Or it's a ghost. Or it's just the static playing tricks on a dying man's mind. Elias believed in it. He believed in it enough to walk hundreds of miles through a nightmare, and it killed him. Hope killed him just as surely as the teeth of the infected did. I'm not going to think about the Carolinas anymore. I'm not going to think about hydroelectric power or concrete walls. I'm going to clean my rifle. I'm going to brush the horses. I'm going to stand on the wall and look out at the mud. And I'm going to make sure nothing gets in. That's all there is. That's all there's ever going to be. End of log. Dead Air, Episode 4. Marcus. August. I used to love the summer. When I was a kid at the ranch, summer meant the days were long enough to actually finish the work before the sun went down. It meant you could sleep with the window open and listen to the coyotes. Now, summer is just wait. It hasn't rained in 34 days. The dust is in everything. It's in the water. It's in the food. It's in your teeth when you wake up in the morning. The horses are agitated. They can smell the dry rot in the air. The river that feeds the eastern aqueduct is down to a trickle, which means the water rations have been cut again. And the heat. It's the kind of heat that presses down on you, that makes it hard to pull a full breath into your lungs. The kind of heat that makes people stop talking to each other, because talking takes too much energy. Maybe the silence was a good thing. For a while, anyway. Because Marcus and I didn't have to explain why we weren't speaking to anyone. We could just blame it on the weather. It had been 6 weeks since the siege at the South Wall. 6 weeks since Greg fired that warning shot in the dark. 6 weeks since Marcus and I found Elias's body in the mud, dragged him into the tree line, and buried him before the sun came up. 6 weeks of lying to everyone we looked at. It's strange how a secret works. You think the hard part is the lie itself. The moment you look someone in the eye and tell them something that isn't true. But that's not it. The lie is easy. It's a reflex. The hard part is the maintenance. It's the constant, exhausting mathematics of keeping your story straight. It's remembering exactly what you said and to whom and when. It's watching the people around you, waiting for them to notice the crack in the foundation. And in a town of 200 people, locked inside a wooden wall during a drought, people notice everything. It started small. Sarah was doing a perimeter check on the south side. She's meticulous. She always has been. She was looking at the reinforcement beams we put up after the herd hit us. I was up on the catwalk, watching the tree line. The heat haze was making the trees shimmer, making it look like things were moving when they weren't. Sarah called up to me, her voice flat, casual. "Hey, Claire," she said, "did we lose someone over the wall that night?" My stomach dropped. Just free fell. I kept my eyes on the trees. I didn't look down at her. "No," I said. "Everyone was accounted for. Why?" "Found a piece of nylon," she said, "snagged on the barbed wire near the bottom of the palisade. Looks like it tore off a jacket. Blue. Nobody in the guard rotation wears blue." Elias was wearing a blue parka when the Rangers found him. He was wearing it when he died. Marcus and I hadn't noticed it tear when we dragged him away. It was dark. We were rushing. "Probably blew in from the road," I told her. My voice sounded normal. I didn't know how I did that. Or it's been there since before the winter. Sarah grunted. "Yeah, probably." She didn't push it, but she didn't throw the fabric away either. I watched her fold it and put it in her pocket before she walked away. I found Marcus an hour later. He was in the motor pool, trying to salvage a radiator hose from an old Ford pickup. His hands were covered in grease and dust. I didn't say anything at first. I just stood there, watching him work. Marcus he's not a complicated man, but he's a deep one. He doesn't waste words. He doesn't panic. When we found Elias's body, he didn't scream. He just looked at the bullet hole, looked at the town, and said, "Grab his legs." He made the calculation in a second. Greg was the town's best mechanic. He was also unstable and already cracking under the pressure. If Greg knew he had murdered a man who was just trying to run away, Greg would break. And the town needed Greg. So Elias disappeared. But watching Marcus under that truck, he looked older. The lines around his eyes were deeper. The secret was eating him, too. "Sarah found a piece of his coat," I said quietly. Marcus stopped working. He didn't look up. He just lay there on the creeper, staring at the undercarriage of the truck. "Where?" he asked. His voice was a low rumble. "South wall. Snagged on the wire." "Did she ask questions?" "Not many. I told her it blew in." Marcus finally slid out from under the truck. He wiped his hands on a filthy rag. He looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot from the dust and lack of sleep. "It's going to come out, Claire," he said. It wasn't a warning. It was a statement of fact. "Not if we keep our mouths shut," I said. He threw the rag onto the workbench. "It's a small box we live in. You can't keep a body hidden in a small box forever. Even if it's outside the walls. The smell always drifts back in." He was right. I knew he was right, but I couldn't accept it. Because if the truth came out, it wouldn't just destroy Greg. It would destroy the town's trust in us. In the Rangers. In the people who were supposed to protect them. "Just act normal," I told him. Marcus let out a dry, humorless laugh. "Normal, right. I'll get right on that." That was the first crack, but it wasn't the one that broke the dam. The dam broke because of the water. I should talk about the horses. People think the hardest part of the end of the world is the dead. It's not. The dead are predictable. They walk, they bite, they don't stop. You can build a wall against the dead. You can't build a wall against the sun. By the second week of August, the heat had baked the ground so hard it felt like concrete. The dust wasn't just in the air. It was a physical presence. It coated your skin, got into the hinges of the gates, jammed the firing mechanisms of the rifles if you didn't strip and oil them every night. But the horses took it the hardest. We had 12 left, 2 drafts, 10 riding horses. They are the only reason we can patrol a 5-mile radius. Without them, we are blind beyond the tree line. A horse needs 10 to 12 gallons of water a day in normal weather. In this heat, they needed 15. We didn't have it. I spent most of my days in the stables. The smell was overpowering. Ammonia, dry rot, and the sharp, sour scent of stressed animals. We tried to keep the barn doors open to catch whatever breeze there was, but it just blew hot dust into their stalls. I was rationing them to 6 gallons a day, half of what they needed. You learn a lot about survival by watching animals. They don't complain. They don't bargain. They just endure until they can't anymore. I was brushing down a mare named Juniper. She was a good horse, steady, never spooked at the smell of the infected, but she was losing weight fast. Her ribs were showing through her coat. Her eyes were dull, half closed against the heat. I dipped a rag in a bucket of gray, reclaimed water we'd already used to wash our own clothes, and wiped down her face and neck, trying to cool her blood. She leaned into the wet cloth, a heavy, exhausted movement. Marcus walked into the barn. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. We had fallen into a rhythm of silence over the past 6 weeks. We communicated in nods, in the passing of tools, and the shared grimace when the sun hit its peak at noon. He was carrying 2 heavy plastic jerry cans. He set them down by the trough. The sloshing sound was the best thing I had heard all day. "Aqueduct?" I asked, not looking up from Juniper. "Yeah," Marcus grunted. His voice was hoarse from the dust. "River's down another 2 inches. The intake pipe is sucking mud. We're going to have to extend it further out by the end of the week." He started pouring the water into the trough. The horses in the adjacent stalls immediately perked up, their hooves shifting restlessly on the dry straw. I watched him pour. He was careful, making sure not a single drop splashed over the side. His hands were blistered, the skin cracked and peeling from the sun and the work. "Sarah was asking about the blue fabric again," he said quietly, his eyes fixed on the water. I stopped brushing Juniper. The heat in the barn suddenly felt suffocating. "What did you tell her?" "Told her the same thing you did. It blew in." Marcus finished pouring and set the empty can down. "She didn't look convinced. She's been checking the perimeter logs, looking at who was on duty the night of the siege." "Let her look," I said. "The logs are clean. We wrote them ourselves." "Logs are paper, Claire. Paper doesn't sweat." He finally looked at me. "Greg is sweating. He's barely sleeping. He paces the wall at night when he's supposed to be off duty. People are noticing." "Greg thinks he shot a shadow," I said, my voice low, keeping it between us and the horses. "He thinks the herd is coming back. That's all people see, a man traumatized by the siege."
"For now," Marcus picked up the empty cans. "But paranoia is a funny thing. It starts looking for shapes in the dark. Eventually, someone is going to realize the shapes don't add up." He turned and walked out of the barn, back to the blinding glare of the afternoon. I went back to brushing Juniper. The wet rag was already drying out in the heat. The secret wasn't a dramatic thing. It wasn't a ticking bomb. It was just a slow, grinding friction, wearing us down the same way the drought was wearing down the horses. It was the extra second you took before answering a simple question. It was the way you avoided making eye contact with the mare when she asked for the perimeter report. It was survival, just a different kind. Three days later, the intake pipe for the aqueduct finally choked on mud. The town's water pressure dropped to nothing. The trickle in the communal spigot stopped. Miller called an emergency work detail. We needed to dig a trench 20 yards further into the riverbed to reach the receding water line, and we had to lay a new section of PVC pipe. It was 104 degrees outside the walls. We took 20 people out, mostly younger, stronger ones. Greg was there. He insisted on coming. He looked like a ghost, pale, hollow-eyed, his hands still carrying that fine tremor. I tried to tell Miller to leave him inside, but she said the physical labor might do him good, keep his mind off the walls. She didn't know what his mind was actually on. We set up a perimeter guard while the rest of us dug. The riverbed was a nightmare.
It wasn't just dirt. It was thick, baked clay, studded with river rocks that had been polished smooth over centuries. Every strike of the pickaxe sent a shockwave up your arms. I was working next to Greg. He was swinging a mattock with a frantic, jerky energy. He wasn't pacing himself. He was just trying to exhaust himself. "Pace it, Greg," I told him, leaning on my shovel for a second to wipe the sweat from my eyes. It stung. "You're going to burn out." He didn't stop swinging. "I'm fine. I need to work." "You need to breathe," I said. He finally stopped, the mattock buried deep in the clay. He leaned on the handle, chest heaving. Sweat was pouring off him, but his skin looked clammy, almost gray in the glaring sunlight. "I keep seeing it," he muttered. His voice was so low I could barely hear him over the sound of the other shovels. "Seeing what?" I asked, though I knew. "The shape in the dark." He looked at me, his eyes wide, pupils dilated despite the bright sun. "When I fired, I saw it drop. It didn't fall like one of them, Claire. It didn't stumble. It dropped like a person." I tightened my grip on the shovel handle. The wood felt rough and hot against my blistered palms. "It was dark, Greg," I said. The lie tasted like ash. "Your eyes play tricks on you in the dark, especially when you're terrified." "I went out there," he whispered. "The next morning, before Marcus told everyone the perimeter was clear, I went out the south gate." My heart stopped, just stopped dead in my chest. "You broke protocol." I kept my voice flat, professional, the ranger reprimanding the civilian. "You know no one goes out before the sweep." "I had to know," he said, his voice trembling. "I had to see what I hit. But there was nothing there, just mud and a drag mark going toward the trees." He looked at me, desperate for an answer. "The infected don't drag their dead, Claire. They don't care. So what did I shoot? And who took it away?" I looked at him. I looked at this broken, terrified man, and I lied to him again. I did what I had to do to keep the town from tearing itself apart. "You shot an infected, Greg," I said, my voice hard, leaving no room for argument, "and nobody dragged it away. The herd trampled it into the mud when they hit the wall. You saw tracks from the herd. That's it." He stared at me for a long time. I didn't blink. I didn't look away. I held the lie like a shield. Slowly, the frantic energy drained out of him. He nodded once, a jerky, uncertain movement. He wanted to believe me. He needed to believe me. He pulled the mattock out of the clay and went back to swinging. 10 minutes later, he collapsed. It wasn't dramatic. He didn't cry out. He just stopped mid-swing. His knees buckled and he hit the baked clay face first. Heat stroke. I dropped my shovel and fell to my knees beside him. His skin was burning hot, but he had stopped sweating. That's when you know it's bad, when the body has no water left to cool itself. "Medic!" I shouted, my voice cracking in the dry air. Marcus was there in seconds. He didn't ask questions. He grabbed Greg by the shoulders. I grabbed his legs, and we hauled him out of the trench, dragging him toward the meager shade of a dead oak tree near the perimeter line. We poured our own canteens over his face and chest, trying to bring his core temperature down. He was unresponsive. His eyes rolled back, his breathing shallow and rapid. "He's burning up," Marcus muttered, his hands working quickly to loosen Greg's collar. I looked down at Greg's pale, heat-flushed face. I thought about what he had just told me in the trench. He had gone out there. He had seen the drag marks. He was putting the pieces together. The heat stroke had stopped him today, but it wouldn't stop him forever. I looked up at Marcus. He met my eyes. He had heard my shout for the medic. He had seen Greg working next to me. "What did he say to you?" Marcus asked quietly, while the medic rushed over with the emergency kit. "He saw the drag marks," I whispered back. "The morning after. Marcus didn't react. He just kept his eyes on Greg's face. "Okay," Marcus said softly. Just that one word. "Okay." We carried Greg back inside the walls. We didn't finish the trench that day. The town went another night with water trickling from the taps like blood from a dying vein. And the pressure inside the walls just kept building. I took the night watch that evening. I didn't want to be in the bunkhouse. It was too hot to sleep anyway. The air thick and stagnant, smelling of too many bodies packed into too small a space. Up on the wall, it wasn't much better. The wood of the palisade still radiated the heat it had absorbed all day, but at least there was the illusion of open space. I walked the perimeter, south wall, the section where the herd had hit us 6 weeks ago. We had reinforced it with iron brackets and crossbeams salvaged from the old lumber yard. It held, but every time I walked past that section, I could still hear the sound of the wood splintering. I could still hear the wet, dragging groan of the dead pressing against the other side. And I could still see Elias, lying in the mud, staring up at the sky with a hole in his chest. I stopped at the watchtower on the southeast corner. Sarah was up there. She was leaning against the railing, looking out into the dark through a pair of night vision binoculars we had scavenged from a sporting goods store years ago. "Anything?" I asked, stepping up beside her. She didn't lower the binoculars. "Coyotes, about a mile out, moving north." "Looking for water," I said. "Like everything else." She finally lowered the binoculars and looked at me. In the dim light of the half-moon, her face was unreadable. "Greg's fever broke. Medic says he'll be okay. Just needs rest and fluids." "Good," I said. Sarah turned fully toward me. She crossed her arms. "You were working next to him in the trench, right before he went down." "Yeah?" "He was talking to you. He looked agitated." I kept my face perfectly still. He was agitated because it was 104 degrees, and he was swinging a mattock like he was trying to kill the riverbed. He was delirious, Sarah. "He told Miller he went out the south gate the morning after the siege." Sarah's voice was quiet, but it carried perfectly in the still night air. "He told her he saw drag marks." The lie was unraveling. It wasn't cracking anymore. It was unspooling, thread by thread. "He was delirious then, too," I said. My voice was harder now, the tone of a superior officer. "He shot a shadow, Sarah. The herd trampled the ground to soup. There were no drag marks. I swept that sector myself." "I know you did," she said softly. "You and Marcus." She let the sentence hang there. She didn't accuse me. She didn't demand an answer. She just let the implication settle between us, heavy and suffocating as the summer heat. She picked up her binoculars and turned back to the dark tree line. "I'm going to finish my rounds," I said. "Keep your eyes open, Claire," she replied, not looking back. I climbed down from the tower. My legs felt heavy. I walked the rest of the perimeter in silence. I thought about my father. I thought about the lessons he taught me at the ranch when I was a kid. He used to say that a lie is like a wild horse. You can saddle it, you can ride it for a while, but eventually it's going to buck you off. And when it does, it's going to hurt a lot more than if you had just walked in the first place. I was tired of riding the lie. I found Marcus sitting on the steps of the motor pool. He wasn't sleeping either. He had a disassembled carburetor spread out on a rag in front of him, cleaning the parts by moonlight. I sat down next to him. The concrete steps were still warm. "Sarah knows," I said. "She told Miller about the drag marks." Marcus didn't stop cleaning the carburetor valve. His hands moved with steady, practiced precision. "I know," he said. "Miller is going to call a council meeting tomorrow," I continued. "She's going to ask us directly, under oath." Marcus finally put the valve down. He wiped his hands on a rag. He looked out across the dark, silent town. The silhouettes of the buildings looked like jagged teeth against the night sky. I'm not going to lie to the council, Claire, he said quietly. I looked at him. I felt a sudden, sharp spike of panic, followed immediately by an overwhelming sense of relief. You're going to tell them, I said. Yes, he turned to look at me. I'm going to tell them I did it. I'll say I found the body. I realized what Greg had done, and I dragged it into the trees to protect the town's morale. I'll say you didn't know. No, I shook my head immediately. No, Marcus, we did it together. We take the weight together. They need you, Claire, he said, his voice completely pragmatic. No emotion, just the brutal math of survival. They need you on the wall. They need you with the horses. If we both go down for this, the perimeter command structure collapses. I can take the hit. You stay clean. I won't let you do that. He smiled, a small, sad, exhausted smile. It's already done. I told Miller an hour ago. I stared at him. The night air suddenly felt freezing cold despite the heat. You told her? I whispered. I told her I acted alone, Marcus confirmed. The council meeting tomorrow isn't an investigation. It's my hearing. He picked up the carburetor valve and went back to cleaning it. Go get some sleep, Claire, he said softly. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. The morning of the hearing, the sky was a bruised, ugly purple. The heat hadn't broken yet, but the air pressure was dropping. A storm was coming. You could feel it in your teeth. I didn't sleep. I spent the hours before dawn in the greenhouse with my mother. She was already awake when I got there, working the soil and the tomato beds by the light of a single kerosene lantern. The plants looked terrible. Yellowing leaves, stunted fruit. The drought was killing them slowly. I sat down on an overturned plastic bucket and watched her work. She didn't ask why I was there so early. She just handed me a small hand trowel and pointed to the next row. We worked in silence for 20 minutes. The smell of the dry dirt and the kerosene was comforting. It smelled like work. It smelled like the world made sense. Marcus told Miller, I said finally, my voice rough. My mother didn't stop digging. Her hands, calloused and stained with earth, moved with a steady, rhythmic grace. I know, she said quietly. I looked up at her. You know? Word travels fast when the water stops running, she replied, not looking at me. People are scared, Claire. When people are scared, they look for someone to blame. Marcus just volunteered. He lied to them, I said, gripping the trowel tightly. He told him he acted alone, that I didn't know Elias was dead. And you want to go in there and tell them the truth? It wasn't a question. I have to. My mother finally stopped working. She wiped her hands on her apron and looked at me. The lantern light caught the deep lines around her mouth, the gray in her hair. She looked so tired, but her eyes were sharp. Why? She asked. Because it's the truth. Because I helped him drag the body. Because I lied to Greg and to Sarah and to you. I knew, she said simply. I stared at her. You knew? Claire, I raised you. I know what you look like when you're carrying something you shouldn't be carrying. She reached out and put a hand on my knee. Her grip was surprisingly strong. You think you're protecting Marcus by confessing. You're not. You're just making yourself feel better. I recoiled slightly. That's not true. Isn't it? She leaned forward. Marcus made a calculation, a cold, hard calculation. If you go down with him, the town loses its 2 best rangers. The perimeter gets weaker. The people get more scared. He's sacrificing his reputation to keep the wall strong. If you walk in there and confess, you invalidate his sacrifice just to clear your own conscience. I looked down at the dry dirt in the planter box. I hated it when she was right. I hated the brutal, pragmatic logic of this world. It's not fair, I whispered. Fair died 4 years ago, my mother said softly. Now there's only what works and what doesn't. She picked up her trowel and went back to the soil. Let him do this, Claire, she said, her voice dropping back to that steady, rhythmic cadence.
Let him take the weight, and you stay on the wall. You do your job. That's how you honor what he's doing." I sat there for a long time, listening to the scrape of metal against dry earth. The storm outside was getting closer. I could hear the first low rumbles of thunder echoing over the mountains. I stood up, leaving the trowel in the dirt. I walked out of the greenhouse into the oppressive, heavy morning air. I was going to the hearing. I didn't know what I was going to say. I didn't know if I could sit there and let Marcus take the fall alone, but I knew my mother was right. The town didn't need a martyr. It needed a ranger. The hearing lasted less than 20 minutes. It wasn't a trial. It was an execution of character. Marcus stood at the front of the gymnasium, hands clasped behind his back, looking straight ahead. He told the story exactly as he said he would. He found the body. He realized Greg had shot him. He dragged him into the trees. He acted alone. Miller asked him why. "To protect the perimeter," Marcus said, his voice flat, devoid of any emotion. "Greg is our best mechanic. If he broke, the town's infrastructure would break with him. I made a command decision." I sat in the back row, my hands gripped so tightly together my knuckles were white. I didn't speak. I didn't stand up. I let him do it. I let him take the fall. The council stripped him of his ranger status. They took his rifle. They confined him to the motor pool in the inner perimeter. He was essentially under house arrest, allowed to work, but not allowed to defend the town. He didn't argue. He just nodded, handed over his weapon to Miller, and walked out. The storm hit that afternoon. It wasn't a gentle rain. It was a deluge. The sky opened up and dumped weeks of pent-up moisture into the baked earth in a matter of hours. The dry riverbed turned into a flash flood, tearing away the trench we had dug and ripping the new PVC pipe right out of its moorings. The aqueduct was destroyed. We spent the next 36 hours in the mud. Everyone was out there. Council, the farmers, the kids, even Greg, who had stumbled out of the infirmary, looking like a walking corpse, to help haul sandbags. And Marcus. He was in the thick of it, chest deep in the rushing muddy water, trying to secure the main intake valve before it washed away completely. Nobody told him to go back inside. Nobody mentioned the hearing. When the town is drowning, you don't care if the man handing you a sandbag is a liar. You just care that he's strong enough to lift it. I was working the winch on the bank, trying to pull the broken pipe up before it snagged on the rocks. The rain was blinding. I could barely see the river, let alone the people in it. I saw Marcus go under. The current caught a massive piece of debris, an old waterlogged tree trunk, and slammed it into the intake valve. Marcus was pinned between the trunk and the concrete housing. He didn't shout. He just disappeared under the water. I let go of the winch. I didn't think. I just jumped. The water was freezing, a shocking contrast to the heat of the past month. The current was incredibly strong, pulling at my boots, trying to drag me under. I fought my way toward the concrete housing, the water up to my chest. I found him. He was trapped. The tree trunk pinning his leg against the concrete. His head was barely above water, his face pale, teeth gritted in pain. "Claire!" he gasped, spitting out muddy water. "The winch! Get the winch on the trunk!" "I've got you!" I yelled over the roar of the river. I grabbed the heavy iron chain from the winch cable and dove under the water. It was pitch black, swirling with mud and debris. I felt blindly along the rough bark of the tree trunk until I found a sturdy branch. I looped the chain around it, hooked it tight, and surfaced, gasping for air. "Pull!" I screamed at the people on the bank. "Pull it up!" Greg was on the winch. He threw his entire weight into the crank. The gears ground and shrieked in protest, but the chain pulled taut. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the tree trunk lifted off Marcus's leg. I grabbed him under the arms and hauled him backward, out of the crushing current. We collapsed onto the muddy bank, both of us coughing up river water, shivering uncontrollably. The rest of the town swarmed over us, hands grabbing us, pulling us further up the bank, wrapping rough wool blankets around our shoulders. I looked over at Marcus. He was clutching his leg, his face contorted in pain,
but he was alive. He looked back at me, through the rain, through the mud, through the exhaustion. He didn't say thank you. I didn't ask if he was okay. We just looked at each other, and the lie, the hearing, the anger, it all washed away in the river. We were just two people who had survived another day. The medic said Marcus's leg wasn't broken, just badly bruised and scraped to hell. He'd have a limp for a few weeks, but he'd walk. We spent the rest of the night in the gymnasium. The storm had knocked out the main generator, so the only light came from a dozen hurricane lamps scattered around the room. It cast long dancing shadows against the walls. The whole town was there, 80 people, soaked, covered in mud, exhausted beyond measure. But the aqueduct was secure. We had saved the intake valve. When the storm passed, we would have water again. I sat on the floor next to Marcus's cot. He was asleep, or pretending to be. His face looked peaceful for the first time in 6 weeks. Greg came over. He didn't look like a ghost anymore. He looked like a man who had been dragged through hell and had decided to keep walking. He had a nasty cut above his eye from a flying branch, and his hands were wrapped in bandages from working the winch. He stood over Marcus for a moment, then looked down at me. "I know," Greg said quietly. I didn't pretend not to understand. I just looked up at him. "You know what? I know he didn't do it alone." Greg's voice was barely a whisper, lost under the sound of the rain hammering the gymnasium roof. "I know you were there, Claire. I know you both hid the body to protect me." I didn't say anything. I didn't confirm it, and I didn't deny it. "I'm sorry," Greg said. His voice cracked just a little. "I'm sorry I made you carry that." "You didn't make us do anything, Greg," I said softly. "We made a choice." "It was the wrong choice," he replied, looking down at his bandaged hands. "But I understand why you made it." He nodded to me, a gesture of quiet, heavy respect, and walked back to his own cot on the other side of the room. I watched him go. My mother was right. The town didn't need a martyr. It needed people who could haul sandbags in the mud. It needed people who could work the winch when the water was rising. The truth had come out, but it hadn't destroyed us. It had just changed the shape of the weight we were carrying. The council meeting was held in the old school gymnasium. It was the largest room in the town, but with 80 people crammed inside, it felt like a coffin. The air was thick, smelling of old sweat and desperation. The agenda was supposed to be the aqueduct. The river was dropping faster than we anticipated. We needed to organize work details to dig the trench deeper, to chase the receding waterline. But nobody wanted to talk about the mud. They wanted to talk about the fear. Greg was sitting in the front row. He looked terrible. He had lost weight he couldn't afford to lose. His hands were shaking constantly, a fine, rapid tremor that he had tried to hide by keeping them jammed in his pockets. Since the night of the siege, since he fired that shot in the dark, he hadn't been the same. He thought he had saved the town. Everyone told him he had saved the town by alerting us. But he was haunted by it. He kept saying he heard things in the dark. He kept saying the herd was coming back. The mayor, an older woman named Miller, was trying to keep order. She was talking about rationing, about limiting water to 1 canteen a day per person. Greg stood up. He didn't wait to be recognized. "What about the patrols?" Greg's voice was loud, too loud for the room. It echoed off the varnished floorboards. "We're talking about water, but what about the perimeter? They're out there. I know they're out there." Miller sighed, wiping her brow with a handkerchief. "Greg, the Rangers are doing double shifts. The perimeter is secure." "It's not secure," Greg shouted, turning to face the crowd. "I was on the wall. I saw how many there were. And Marcus..."
He spun around, pointing a shaking finger at Marcus, who was leaning against the back wall, arms crossed. "Marcus knows. He was out there the next morning. He saw them." The room went quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy. Marcus didn't move. He just looked at Greg with those tired, bloodshot eyes. "I saw dead infected, Greg," Marcus said, his voice calm, steady, just like everyone else. "You're lying," Greg's voice cracked. He was unraveling right in front of us. "You and Claire, you've been whispering. You've been sneaking around. You found something out there. Something worse." I stepped forward. I had to shut it down. "Greg, you're exhausted," I said, keeping my tone gentle, authoritative. "We are all exhausted. The heat is getting to everyone. There's nothing out there but the dead." "Then why did Sarah find a blue coat on the wire?" Greg snapped back. The silence in the room changed. It went from heavy to sharp. I looked at Sarah. She was sitting 3 rows back. She looked down at her boots. She hadn't kept her mouth shut after all. She had talked. Of course she had. In a town this small, a secret is just currency waiting to be spent. "A blue coat," Greg repeated, his eyes darting around the room. "The stranger, Elias. He was wearing a blue coat. He didn't leave, did he? He brought them here. He brought the herd." "Elias is gone," I said. My voice was harder now. "He left 3 days before the siege." "Then why is his coat on our wall?" Greg demanded, taking a step toward me. Marcus pushed himself off the back wall. He didn't walk fast, but he covered the distance quickly. He stepped between me and Greg. "Sit down, Greg," Marcus said. It wasn't a request. Greg looked up at Marcus. The fear in Greg's eyes was absolute. He was a man drowning, looking for anything to grab onto. And he had decided that Marcus and I were hiding the life raft. "What did you find?" Greg whispered, his voice trembling. "Tell me what I shot at." I saw the exact moment Marcus decided to stop lying. It wasn't a dramatic shift. His shoulders just dropped a fraction of an inch. The tension left his jaw. He looked at Greg, not with anger, but with a profound, overwhelming pity. "Marcus," I said quietly, a warning. He ignored me. He looked past Greg, addressing the entire room, addressing the mayor, addressing the silence. "He didn't bring them here," Marcus said, his voice carried to the back of the gymnasium without him having to shout. "He was running from them." The room held its breath. "Who?" Miller asked. Marcus looked back down at Greg. "Elias." Greg stared at him, confused. "But he left." "He tried to leave," Marcus corrected gently. "He got as far as the tree line when the herd hit. He panicked. He ran back toward the south gate. He was trying to get back inside." Greg's face went pale. The shaking in his hands stopped, replaced by a rigid, terrifying stillness. "No," he whispered. "It was dark," Marcus continued, his voice steady, refusing to let Greg look away. "You couldn't see. You saw movement. You did what you were supposed to do. You fired a warning shot to alert the town." "No," Greg said again, louder this time. He took a step back. "You hit him, Greg," Marcus said. The words were a hammer blow. "Center mass. He died before he hit the mud." The sound that came out of Greg, I will never forget it. It wasn't a scream. It was a hollow, broken gasp, like all the air had been violently pulled from his lungs. He collapsed. He literally fell to his knees on the gymnasium floor, his hands gripping his hair, rocking back and forth. The room erupted. People were shouting. Miller was banging her gavel on the table, but no one was listening. Sarah was staring at me, her eyes wide with betrayal. I looked at Marcus. He was just standing there, looking down at Greg. He had taken the burden off his own shoulders, and he had dropped it squarely onto Greg's.
I grabbed Marcus's arm and pulled him toward the side exit. We had to get out of there before the shock turned into a mob. We slipped into the blistering heat of the afternoon. The sun was blinding after the dim light of the gymnasium. I shoved him against the brick wall of the school. I was furious. I was terrified. "What did you just do?" I hissed at him. Marcus looked at me. The exhaustion in his eyes was gone. He looked lighter. He looked like a man who had finally put down a heavy pack at the end of a long march. "I told the truth, Claire," he said simply. "You destroyed him!" I pointed back toward the gymnasium, where the shouting was still echoing. "He's going to kill himself, Marcus. He can't handle that." "He couldn't handle the lie, either," Marcus replied, his voice calm. "He was tearing himself apart. He was tearing the town apart. Now he knows. It's terrible, but it's real. You can fight real." "And what about us?" I demanded. "We hid a body. We lied to the council. They're going to string us up." Marcus shook his head slowly. "No, they won't." "How do you know that?" He looked out over the dusty, sun-baked town. "Because they're tired, Claire, just like us. They don't want a trial. They don't want justice. They just want to survive the summer." He walked away, leaving me standing alone in that heat. Marcus was right, mostly. There was no trial. There was no mob. But there was a reckoning. It happened 2 days later. The heat had finally broken. A massive summer storm had rolled in over the mountains, bringing thunder that shook the ground and rain that turned the dust back into mud. We were in the stables. The roof was leaking in 3 places, and we were trying to move the horses to the dry stalls. The rain was deafening on the corrugated tin roof. Miller walked in. She had Danny's mother with her, Mrs. Reeves. I stopped what I was doing. I put down the pitchfork. Marcus stepped out of the stall he was cleaning. We stood there, the 4 of us, while the storm raged outside. Miller didn't shout. She didn't have to. The anger in her eyes was cold and precise. "You lied to me," Miller said. Her voice cut through the sound of the rain. "You lied to the council. You buried a man outside our walls, and you let us believe he just walked away." "We did it to protect Greg," I said. It sounded weak, even to me. "You did it because you thought you knew better than the rest of us," Miller corrected sharply. "You thought you were the only one strong enough to carry it." I looked down at the straw. She was right. That was exactly why we did it. "Greg is under suicide watch," Miller continued. "He hasn't spoken a word since the meeting. He just sits in the corner and stares at the wall. You broke him, Marcus." "He was already broken," Marcus said quietly. "The lie was just delaying the inevitable." "That wasn't your call to make," Miller yelled, her composure finally cracking. Mrs. Reeves stepped forward. She put a hand on Miller's arm, gently pulling her back. Mrs. Reeves looked at me. She looked at Marcus. This was the woman who had lost her son in the winter, the woman I had stood outside of, unable to walk away, after telling her Danny was dead. "Elias," Mrs. Reeves said softly, "the stranger, did he suffer?" "No," Marcus answered immediately. "It was instant. He didn't even know what happened." Mrs. Reeves nodded slowly. She looked out at the rain through the open stable doors. "My Danny," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "He suffered. He bled out in the snow miles from home because he was trying to find medicine for people he barely knew." She turned her gaze back to us. It was a heavy, ancient kind of sorrow. "We do terrible things to stay alive," she said. "We send our children out to die. We shoot at shadows in the dark. We lie to each other so we can sleep at night." She stepped closer to me. I couldn't meet her eyes. "You were wrong to hide it, Claire," she said gently. "Not because it was a crime, but because you don't have to carry it alone. That's why we built the walls, so we wouldn't have to carry it alone." I didn't cry. I wanted to. I felt the pressure of it behind my eyes, a physical ache, but I didn't cry. Miller looked at Mrs. Reeves, then back at us. The anger had drained out of her, leaving only exhaustion. "You're both off the perimeter rotation for a month," Miller said. It was a punishment, but a mild one, a slap on the wrist to maintain the illusion of order. "You stay in the stables, you fix the aqueduct, you keep your heads down." She turned and walked out into the rain. Mrs. Reeves lingered for a moment longer. She gave me a small, sad nod, and then followed the mare. Marcus and I were left alone in the damp, smelling the wet hay and the rain. I picked up the pitchfork. I didn't look at him. "You were right," I said. Marcus picked up his shovel. "I know." We went back to work. We didn't talk about it again. But the silence between us was different. It wasn't the heavy, suffocating silence of a shared lie. It was just quiet. The quiet of two people who had survived something ugly and were still standing. The weight was gone. But a new weight took its place. The storm has been going for 2 days now. The aqueduct is full. The dust is gone. The air smells clean for the first time in months. Greg is still under watch, but he ate something today. That's a start. Marcus is asleep in the bunkhouse. He sleeps soundly now. He doesn't toss and turn the way he did when we were keeping the secret. And me? I'm sitting here, listening to the rain, and thinking about a dead man, Elias. When we were hiding his body, when we were lying to the town, I didn't have time to think about what he had actually said. I was too focused on the fact that he was dead. But now the lie is gone, and all that's left is the truth. He heard a signal, a shortwave broadcast, repeating on a loop. The Carolinas. Concrete walls, hydroelectric power, a military remnant that actually held together. I told the council it was a trap. I told Elias he was chasing a ghost. I told myself that the only safe place left in the world was right here, behind our makeshift walls of wood and corrugated tin. But look at us. We barely survived the winter. We almost tore each other apart over a drought. We have a boy who is broken because he shot a shadow in the dark. We have soil in the greenhouse that is dying. We are surviving. We are not living. We are just dying slower than everyone else. If there is a place with concrete walls, if there is a place with power, if the signal is real, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I don't know if I'm going to tell Marcus what I'm thinking. He just got the weight off his shoulders. I don't want to put a new one on him. But I can't stop thinking about it. The Carolinas. Maybe Elias wasn't running away from us that night. Maybe he was just running toward something better. And maybe he was right. August. We survived the heat. We survived the truth. Now we have to figure out what comes next. Dead Air, Episode 5, The Signal. October. There's a specific smell in the air when the seasons change. It's not just the temperature dropping. It's the smell of things shutting down. The leaves drying out, the earth hardening, the sap retreating back into the roots. The whole world pulling itself inward, preparing for the cold. We were doing the same. The harvest from the greenhouse was barely enough. The aqueduct was flowing again, but the river was low. We spent September chopping wood, salting whatever meat the hunting parties could bring in, and reinforcing the walls. Everyone was working. Everyone was exhausted. But underneath the exhaustion, there was a quiet, creeping dread. We all remembered last winter. We remembered the cold that got into your bones and stayed there for months. We remembered the rationing. We remembered Danny Reeves bleeding out in the snow. Nobody wanted to say it out loud, but we were all doing the math in our heads. We didn't have enough to make it to spring. Not comfortably. Not without losing people. I brought it up at the council meeting on the first Tuesday of the month. I didn't ask for permission to leave the town. I didn't suggest we pack up and migrate south. I just asked for 3 days and 3 horses. Miller looked at me from across the long wooden table. She looked older than she had in the summer. The weight of the town was settling into the lines on her face. 3 days for what, Claire? She asked. To verify, I said. Elias said he heard a shortwave broadcast, a repeater station somewhere in the Carolinas. Concrete walls, hydroelectric power, a safe zone. The room went dead silent. It was the first time anyone had spoken Elias's name in a public forum since the hearing in August. He was a desperate man, Claire, Miller said carefully. Desperate men hear what they want to hear. Maybe, I replied, but if there's even a fraction of a chance that he was telling the truth, we need to know if there's an alternative to starving behind these walls this winter. And if you find out it's real, asked one of the farmers, a man named Henderson, what then? We pack up 200 people and walk halfway across the country through the dead? I don't know, I admitted. But right now, we're making decisions in the dark. I just want to turn on the light. Miller didn't answer right away. She looked at the map of the surrounding county pinned to the wall behind her. Then she looked back at me. You can't go alone, she said. I wasn't planning to. I want Sarah, and I want Marcus. The silence in the room returned, thicker this time. Marcus had been confined to the inner perimeter for 2 months. He hadn't touched a rifle since the hearing. He spent his days in the motor pool, fixing things, speaking only when spoken to. Marcus is suspended, Miller said flatly. Marcus is the best tracker we have, I countered. My voice didn't rise. I kept it level, reasonable. He knows the Eastern Ridge better than anyone. If we're going out there to look for a signal, we need someone who can keep us alive while we do it. Miller stared at me. She knew I was right. She also knew the political cost of reinstating a man who had lied to the town. He goes, Miller said, but he doesn't lead the squad. You do, and he goes under supervision. Sarah is supervision enough, I said. No, Miller shook her head. Henderson goes with you. He represents the council. 4 people, 3 days. You find a high point, you scan the frequencies, and you come back. No detours. I nodded. Understood. I found Marcus in the motor pool an hour later. He was underneath the chassis of a rusted-out Jeep, trying to salvage the brake lines. I stood there for a minute, watching his boots sticking out from under the bumper. He knew I was there. He always knew when someone was there. You're back on the roster, I said. He slid out from under the Jeep. He wiped his hands on a greasy rag, leaving streaks of black oil across his knuckles. He looked up at me, face expressionless. Miller approved it? He asked. She approved a 3-day recon to the Eastern Ridge. We're looking for the signal Elias talked about. I paused. Henderson is coming with us, to keep an eye on you. Marcus let out a short, dry breath that might have been a laugh. Henderson hasn't fired a rifle in 2 years. He's going to be a liability. He's the price of admission, I said. We leave at dawn. Marcus didn't argue. He just nodded, tossed the rag onto the workbench, and started gathering his gear. For the first time in 2 months, the heavy, suffocating stillness around him seemed to lift. He was a ranger again, Even with a babysitter, even with the town's suspicion hanging over him, he was going back out. And so was I. Before the council meeting, before the radio tower, there was just the wood. September was a blur of physical labor. We knew the cold was coming. You could feel it in the mornings, a sharp bite in the air that wasn't there in August. We needed firewood, a mountain of it, enough to keep 200 people from freezing to death when the temperature dropped below zero, and solar panels couldn't catch enough light through the winter overcast. I spent 2 weeks on a logging detail. We went out every day, 5 miles past the perimeter, into the dense pine forests to the north. It was grueling, monotonous work. You swing the axe until your shoulders burn, until your hands are covered in blisters that pop and bleed and callous over again. You drag the logs back to the wagons, the rough bark tearing at your clothes, the smell of pine sap thick in your nose. We lost a man on the 4th day. Not to the infected, to a falling tree. His name was Thomas. He was older, maybe 60. He shouldn't have been on the logging detail, but we needed every able body. He misjudged the angle of the cut. The pine twisted as it fell, the trunk kicking back and pinning him against another tree. It crushed his chest. He died before we could even get the log off him. We brought his body back in one of the wagons, laid out next to the wood he had died cutting. That's the reality of this life. The things that keep you alive are the same things that kill you. We buried him the next morning. Miller said a few words. We didn't have time for a long service. The wood still needed to be cut. The incident with Thomas cast a long shadow over the rest of the month. It was a stark reminder of how fragile we were. We were preparing for winter, but every day we spent outside the walls preparing was a day we risked not making it back inside. The mood in the town shifted. It wasn't just exhaustion anymore. It was a brittle, anxious energy. People were snapping at each other over minor things. A spilled ration of grain, a misplaced tool. I spent my evenings in the stables, trying to avoid the tension. The horses were recovering from the summer drought, putting on a little weight, their coats growing thicker in preparation for the cold. I found myself talking to them more than I talked to people. "You don't worry about next month, do you?" I whispered to Juniper one night, brushing out her mane. "You just worry about the hay in front of you." She snorted, bumping her heavy head against my shoulder. I wished I could be like that, but I couldn't. I was looking at the hay, and I was doing the math. We didn't have enough. Even with the strict rationing Miller had implemented, even with the hunting parties bringing in whatever meager game they could find, the numbers didn't add up. If it was a mild winter, we might scrape by. If it was a harsh winter... I didn't tell my mother about the math. She knew anyway. She worked in the greenhouse. She saw the yields. She knew exactly how many mouths we had to feed and how little we had to feed them with. But we didn't talk about it. We just worked harder. That was the backdrop for the council meeting in October. That was the reason I asked for 3 days and 3 horses. It wasn't just curiosity about Elias's signal. It was desperation. When you're staring down the barrel of a long, starving winter, a faint, static-filled promise of concrete walls and hydroelectric power starts to sound a lot less like a ghost story and a lot more like salvation, even if you have to ride through hell to find it. The ride to the eastern ridge was supposed to take 2 days. It took almost 3. The terrain was worse than Marcus remembered. The summer storms had washed out sections of the old logging roads, leaving deep, muddy ravines that we had to navigate carefully. And then there was Henderson. He wasn't a bad man. He was just out of his element. He was a farmer. His world was defined by the perimeter walls and the soil inside them. Out here, he was constantly on edge. Every time a bird took flight from the bush, his hand went to his rifle. Every time the wind howled through the pines, he flinched. His anxiety was contagious. It made the horses nervous. It made Sarah irritable. "Keep your weapon pointed down, Henderson," Sarah snapped at him on the afternoon of the first day, after he nearly swept her with the barrel of his hunting rifle when a deer broke cover. "You're going to shoot one of us before we even see an infected." "I'm just being careful," Henderson muttered, his face flushed with embarrassment and fear. "You're being unpredictable," Marcus said from the front of the line, not looking back. "Unpredictable gets people killed. Ride the horse. Let us watch the trees." Henderson glared at Marcus's back, but he lowered the rifle. We made camp that first night in a small sheltered depression at the base of a rocky outcropping. We didn't light a fire. We ate cold rations, strips of salted venison and hardtack, and sat in the dark. I took the first watch. Marcus took the second. When it was his turn, I handed him the night vision binoculars. Our hands brushed in the dark. His skin was freezing. "He's a liability," Marcus whispered, nodding toward Henderson's sleeping form, huddled under a thick wool blanket. "I know," I whispered back, "but he's the council's eyes and ears. We don't make this trip without him. If we run into a herd, he's going to panic. He's going to run or he's going to freeze. Either way, he breaks the formation." "Then we make sure we don't run into a herd." I pulled my collar up against the biting wind. "You're the tracker, Marcus. Keep us clear." He looked at me in the dim moonlight. "I can track the dead, Claire. I can't track bad luck." He turned away and moved to the edge of the outcropping, scanning the dark tree line. I tried to sleep, but the ground was hard and the cold seeped through my sleeping bag. I lay there, listening to the wind and the steady, reassuring sound of Marcus's slow, rhythmic breathing as he kept watch. The next day was harder. The elevation increased, and the temperature dropped with it. The trees thinned out, replaced by jagged rocks and sparse, scrubby bushes. Henderson started complaining about the altitude. He said he couldn't catch his breath. Sarah told him to stop talking and save his oxygen. I rode in the back, watching the three of them. Marcus, moving with that silent, focused intensity. He was in his element out here. The politics of the town, the hearing, the judgment, none of it mattered on the ridge. Out here there was only the trail, the wind, and the threat. Sarah, tense but capable, her eyes constantly moving, scanning the flanks. And Henderson, a man desperately holding on to his courage, terrified of what we might find, and terrified of what we might not find. We were a microcosm of the town we had left behind. The capable, the pragmatic, and the fearful, all bound together by a desperate need for an answer. When we finally found the tracks of the infected near the puddle, I saw the color drain completely from Henderson's face. He had seen the dead before, of course, from the safety of the walls, but out here in the open, looking at the fresh, muddy shuffle of their boots, the reality of it hit him like a physical blow. He realized, perhaps for the first time, exactly how fragile we were. And the hardest part of the journey was still ahead of us. We rode out before the sun came up. The air was sharp and biting, the kind of cold that makes your lungs ache when you breathe too deep. The horses were restless, their breath pluming in white clouds in the dim light. We rode in a diamond formation. Marcus took point, I took the rear guard, Sarah and Henderson rode in the middle. Henderson looked terrified. He was a farmer, a man used to the predictable rhythms of soil and seed. Out here, beyond the walls, the world was unpredictable. The trees looked like grasping hands in the pre-dawn light. Every snapping twig sounded like a gunshot. We didn't talk much. Sound travels far in the cold. By noon of the second day, we reached the foothills of the eastern ridge. The terrain was steep, choked with dead pine trees and thick, thorny underbrush. We had to dismount and lead the horses by the reins, picking our way carefully over the loose shale. We found the first sign of them around 2:00. Marcus held up a hand, his fist clenched, the signal to halt. I tied my horse's reins to a sturdy branch and moved up to the front of the line, my rifle at the ready. Marcus crouched next to a large, moss-covered boulder. He pointed to the ground. There were tracks in the mud near a small, stagnant puddle of water. Not boot prints, the dragging, uneven shuffle of the infected. "How many?" I whispered. 3, maybe 4, Marcus replied, his voice barely audible over the wind. Fresh, less than an hour old. He looked up at the ridge. "They're moving uphill, same direction we are." I looked back at Sarah and Henderson. Sarah had her rifle raised, her eyes scanning the tree line. Henderson was pale, his hands gripping the reins of his horse so tightly his knuckles were white. "We flank them," I said. "We don't engage unless we have to. We're here for the signal, not a fight." Marcus nodded. He stood up, moving with a silent, fluid grace that made Henderson look incredibly clumsy by comparison. We moved off the trail, cutting a wide arc through the dense brush to avoid the path the infected had taken. The going was slow and agonizing. Every step had to be calculated. A broken branch, a sliding rock, and we would draw them right to us. We reached the summit of the ridge just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The sky turned a bruised, bloody purple. The view was staggering. We could see for miles in every direction. To the west, the valley where our town lay hidden, a tiny speck of civilization in a vast, empty wilderness. To the east, a rolling sea of dark green forests, stretching out toward the horizon. And right at the peak of the ridge, jutting up from the rocks like a rusted spear, was the radio tower. It was an old commercial relay station, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. The gate was hanging open, swaying slightly in the wind with a high, metallic squeal. "Secure the horses," I told Sarah. "Henderson, stay with her. Keep your eyes on the tree line." Marcus and I approached the gate. We moved together, perfectly synchronized, covering each other's blind spots without needing to speak. It was muscle memory. The 2 months of silence between us hadn't erased 4 years of fighting side by side. We slipped through the open gate. The courtyard was empty, choked with weeds and rusted machinery. The main building was a small, cinder-block structure at the base of the tower. The heavy steel door was closed, but not locked. Marcus took the left side of the door. I took the right. I counted down from 3 with my fingers. On 1, Marcus kicked the door open. I swung around the frame, my rifle raised, a flashlight mounted on the barrel cutting through the gloom. The room was a mess. Overturned chairs, papers scattered across the floor, shattered coffee mugs. It looked like someone had left in a hurry. A very long time ago. But it was empty. No infected. No bodies. "Clear," I called out. Marcus stepped inside, lowering his rifle. He walked over to the main console, a massive bank of dials, switches, and dusty monitors. "There's a backup generator out back," Marcus said, tracing a thick black cable that ran from the console through a hole in the wall. "If it still has fuel, we might be able to power up the receiver." "I'll check the generator," I said. "You see if you can make sense of this equipment." The generator was an old diesel model. It was rusted, but the tank wasn't empty. It took me 10 minutes and a lot of cursing to get the engine to turn over. When it finally caught, it coughed out a cloud of black smoke and settled into a loud, rhythmic chug. I walked back into the main room. The console was lit up, small green and red lights blinking in the dim room. Marcus had a pair of heavy cracked headphones pressed to one ear. His hands were moving quickly over the dials, tuning the frequency. "Anything?" I asked. He held up a finger, telling me to wait. He adjusted a knob, his eyes closed in concentration. Then he pulled the headphones off and plugged the jack into a small external speaker on the console. Static filled the room. A harsh, crackling hiss that sounded like rain on a tin roof. Marcus kept turning the dial. The static pitched up, then down. And then, cutting through the hiss, a voice. It was faint. It was distorted, but it was a human voice. Repeating, this is Sanctuary Alpha. We are located at coordinates. Static washed over the numbers. Secure facility. Hydroelectric power is active. We have arable land and medical supplies. If you are hearing this, you are not alone. Head south along the I-95 corridor. Look for the blue markers. Repeating, this is Sanctuary Alpha. The message looped back to the beginning. I stared at the speaker. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. Elias wasn't lying. He wasn't crazy. He hadn't heard a ghost. It was real. Marcus looked at me. The harsh green light of the console illuminated his face. He was telling the truth, Marcus said quietly. Yes, I whispered. We stood there for a long time, just listening to that faint, distorted voice promising safety, promising power, promising a future. It was the most beautiful and terrifying sound I had heard in 4 years, because now that we knew it was real, we had to decide what to do about it. The night we spent inside the radio tower was the longest of my life. The cinder-block walls kept the wind out, but they held the cold like a tomb. We huddled together in the center of the room, wrapped in our blankets, listening to the generator chug outside and the static hiss from the console. Henderson finally fell asleep around midnight, exhausted by the adrenaline and the altitude. He snored softly, a wet, rattling sound. Marcus was sitting by the heavy steel door, his eyes closed, but I knew he wasn't sleeping. He was listening. Sarah was sitting next to me. She was staring at the small green light on the radio console. "Do you think they're still there?" she asked quietly, her voice barely carrying over the hum of the generator. I looked at the light. I don't know. The broadcast is on a loop. It could have been running for months, years even. "Hydroelectric power," she murmured, almost to herself. "Do you know what that means, Claire? It means lights. It means heat. It means you don't have to spend half your life chopping wood just to survive the winter." "I know what it means, Sarah." She turned to look at me. In the dim light, her face was sharp, her eyes intense. "Henderson is right," she said. I frowned. "Right about what? Marching 200 people down I-95? "Right about the fact that we can't stay here," she replied, her voice firm. "We're dying, Claire. It's a slow death, but it's happening. The soil is failing. The game is getting scarcer. Every winter is harder than the last. We're not building a future. We're just prolonging the end." I looked away from her, staring at my hands in my lap. My knuckles were white, the skin dry and cracked. "We built walls," I whispered. "We built a home." "We built a fortress," she corrected gently, "and fortresses fall. Eventually, they all fall." She leaned closer. "If that signal is real, if there's a place with power, with concrete, with a military remnant, we owe it to the town to try and reach it." "Even if half of them die on the way?" I asked, my voice tightening. "Yes," she said, without hesitation, "because if we stay, all of them die eventually. It's just a matter of time." I didn't have an answer for her, because the terrifying truth was, I agreed with her. Part of me, the part that was so incredibly tired of fighting the cold, the dirt, the constant grinding fear, that part wanted to pack a bag and walk south until I found those blue markers or died trying. But then I thought about my mother, working in the greenhouse. I thought about the children in the town who had never known a world before the walls. I thought about the sheer, staggering logistics of moving 200 vulnerable people through a landscape infested with the dead. It was an impossible choice. I looked over at Marcus. He had opened his eyes. He was watching us. He had heard every word. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me, and I knew exactly what he was thinking. Hope is dangerous. I pulled my blanket tighter around my shoulders and leaned my head against the cold cinder-block wall. "Try to get some sleep, Sarah," I said softly. "We have a long ride back tomorrow." She didn't argue. She lay down on the hard floor, pulling her coat over her head. I stayed awake, listening to the static from the radio, the snoring of the farmer and the silent judgment of the tracker. The broadcast kept looping in my head. Sanctuary Alpha, you are not alone. It sounded like a promise, but in the dark, in the cold, it also sounded like a threat. We left the tower at first light. I turned off the generator. I didn't want to. I wanted to leave it running, to keep that faint voice whispering into the empty room. But we needed the diesel, and we couldn't risk the noise drawing the dead to the tower. We locked the heavy steel door behind us and mounted up. The ride down the ridge was faster, but more dangerous. The loose shale was treacherous, and the horses were anxious to get off the mountain. We hit the tree line around midday. That's when things went wrong. Marcus held up his hand, the signal to halt. He didn't crouch this time. He stayed in the saddle, his rifle already raised, tracking something in the dense brush to our right. "What is it?" Henderson hissed, his voice pitched high with panic. "Quiet," Sarah snapped, her own rifle coming up. I drew my weapon, scanning the trees. The forest was eerily silent. No birds, no wind, just the sound of our horses shifting nervously on the pine needles. Then the smell hit us. It's a smell you never forget. Rotting meat, dried blood, and something sweet and sickly underneath it all. "They're close," Marcus whispered. "The ones we tracked yesterday. They circled back." "How many?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I don't know, but they have our scent." Before he even finished the sentence, the brush exploded. There were 4 of them. They came out of the thick undergrowth fast, their clothes torn to rags, their skin gray and sloughing off the bone. The horses panicked. Henderson's horse reared up, screaming in terror. Henderson lost his grip on the reins and fell backward, hitting the ground hard. His rifle clattered away into the brush. One of the infected lunged toward him. Marcus fired. The shot was deafening in the quiet forest. The infected's head snapped back, a spray of dark blood painting the pine needles, and it dropped. But the gunshot sent the other horses into a frenzy. Sarah's horse bolted forward, crashing through the brush. She fought to control it, cursing loudly. My horse spun in a tight circle, bucking. I fought to stay in the saddle, my rifle useless while I tried to control the terrified animal. 2 of the infected turned toward me. They were fast. The cold hadn't slowed them down yet. "Clear!" Marcus shouted. He fired again, dropping the one on the left. The one on the right lunged at my horse's legs. The horse screamed and kicked out, catching the infected in the chest with a heavy iron shoe. The ribs cracked with a sickening crunch, but the infected didn't even stumble. It just kept coming, reaching for my boot. I finally got the horse under control long enough to aim. I fired point blank into the top of its skull. It collapsed, its fingers still twitching inches from my stirrup. The forest went silent again, except for the ringing in my ears and the frantic snorting of the horses. I looked over at Henderson. He was sitting on the ground, staring at the dead infected inches from his boots. He was shaking uncontrollably. Marcus swung down from his saddle and walked over to him. He didn't offer his hand. He just picked up Henderson's rifle from the brush, checked the action, and held it out to him. "Get up," Marcus said. His voice was calm, but there was no sympathy in it. "We don't have time for shock. The gunshot will draw more of them." Henderson took the rifle with trembling hands and scrambled to his feet. Sarah rode back out of the brush, her horse lathered in sweat but under control. She looked at the 3 bodies on the ground, then at Henderson. "Are you hit?" she asked him. "No," he stammered. "No, I'm okay." "Then mount up," I said, my voice tight. "Marcus is right. We need to move, now." We rode hard for the rest of the day. We didn't stop to rest. We didn't stop to eat. We just pushed the horses as fast as we dared over the uneven terrain, desperate to put distance between us and the gunshot. Henderson didn't complain about the altitude or the cold anymore. He didn't say a word for the rest of the trip. He had seen the reality of the road. He had seen how fast it happens. One panicked horse, one dropped rifle, and you're dead. I think that was the moment he realized that marching 200 people down I-95 wasn't a journey. It was a slaughter. But the signal was still in his head. The promise of the concrete walls. Fear and hope. The two things that keep you alive, and the two things that get you killed. We were carrying both of them back to the town. We brought Sarah and Henderson inside to listen to the broadcast. Henderson stared at the speaker like it was a holy relic. Tears welled up in his eyes, tracking down his dusty cheeks. He looked like a man who had been told his terminal diagnosis was a mistake. "We have to go," Henderson whispered, his voice trembling with a desperate kind of joy. "We have to pack up the town and go. Concrete walls, medicine. It's salvation." Sarah was more pragmatic. She listened to the loop 3 times before she spoke. "I-95 is a death trap," she said, her voice flat. "It's clogged with abandoned cars and God knows how many herds. And we don't have the coordinates. The static cut them out." "We can find it," Henderson argued, his voice rising. "They said look for blue markers. We just head south until we see them. It's better than starving here." "It's a suicide march, Henderson," Marcus said quietly. He was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. 200 people, kids, the elderly, the sick, moving through open country in the middle of winter. Half the town would be dead before we crossed the state line. "So we just stay here and wait to die?" Henderson shouted, pointing a shaking finger at Marcus. "You don't get to make that call anymore. You lied to us. You kept this from us." "I didn't know it was real," Marcus replied, his voice dangerously calm. "And even if I did, I would have made the same call. Hope is dangerous when you don't have the means to act on it." "Stop it," I said. My voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the argument. I walked over to the console and turned the volume down until the voice was just a faint whisper beneath the static. "We are not making this decision right now," I said, looking at Henderson. "We are taking this information back to Miller and the council. They decide what we do with it." Henderson looked like he wanted to argue, but he nodded slowly. "We camp here tonight," I continued, turning to Sarah. "The cinder block walls are solid. We can lock the steel door. It's safer than the tree line." The night was long and cold. We didn't light a fire inside the building, afraid the smoke would draw unwanted attention. We sat in the dark, wrapped in our heavy coats, listening to the wind howl around the radio tower. I couldn't sleep. The voice from the speaker kept looping in my head. "Sanctuary Alpha, you are not alone." I looked over at Marcus. He was sitting by the door, his rifle across his lap, staring into the dark. I got up quietly and walked over to him. I sat down on the cold concrete floor beside him. "He was right," I whispered. "Yeah," Marcus said. "If we had listened to him, if we hadn't chased him out." I stopped, unable to finish the thought. The weight of Elias's death felt heavier now than it had when we buried him. He hadn't just been a stranger. He had been a messenger, and we had killed him. "Don't do that, Claire," Marcus said softly. He didn't look at me. "Don't play the what-if game. It'll eat you alive." "How do you not play it?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. "Because we made the best decision we could with the information we had at the time," he replied, his voice steady and resolute. "He was a stranger. He was erratic. The town was already on the edge of panic. If we had announced that there was a magical safe zone hundreds of miles away, the town would have torn itself apart trying to decide who gets to go and who stays behind." He finally turned to look at me. In the dim light, his eyes were hard, but not unkind. "We kept them together, Claire. That's the job. That's always been the job." I looked down at my hands. "And what's the job now?" "Now," Marcus said, looking back at the door, "we go home, and we let them decide." The ride back was faster. The urgency of the discovery pushed us forward. We pushed the horses harder than we should have, but we made it back to the valley by the afternoon of the 3rd day. When the wooden walls of the town came into view, I felt a strange, conflicting rush of emotion. Relief that we had made it back safely, and a deep sinking dread about what was going to happen next. Miller called an emergency town meeting the moment we rode through the gates. We stood at the front of the gymnasium, the four of us, facing the entire town. The air was thick with anticipation. Henderson couldn't contain himself. He was practically vibrating with excitement. I let him tell them. I stood back and watched as Henderson described the radio tower, the static, and the voice. He repeated the message word for word. Sanctuary Alpha, hydroelectric power, you are not alone. The reaction was instantaneous. It wasn't a cheer. It was a collective gasp, followed by a chaotic explosion of voices. People were crying, hugging each other, shouting questions at Miller. The despair that had hung over the town for months vanished in a single blinding flash of hope. Miller banged her gavel on the table, trying to restore order. It took 5 minutes for the room to quiet down enough for her to speak. She looked at me. Her expression was unreadable. "Is it true, Claire?" she asked. "It's true," I said, my voice carrying across the silent room. "The signal is real. It's broadcasting on a loop." A murmur rippled through the crowd. "So we pack up," someone shouted from the back. "We leave before the snow hits." "It's hundreds of miles," another voice countered. "We don't have the fuel. We don't have the wagons." "We can walk. My mother can't walk 5 miles, let alone 500. The arguments erupted again, louder this time. The unity that the town had maintained through fear and necessity was fracturing instantly under the pressure of hope. Miller banged the gavel again, harder. "Quiet!" she roared. The room fell silent, but the tension was electric. Miller looked out at the crowd, then turned to Marcus. "You've been quiet, Marcus. You are our best tracker. You know the roads. Can we make it?" Marcus stepped forward. The town watched him. The man who had lied to them, the man who had been stripped of his rank. But in this moment, they needed his expertise more than they needed their anger. "No," Marcus said flatly. The room erupted again, but Marcus didn't back down. He raised his voice, a commanding boom that silenced the crowd. "I-95 is a graveyard," he said. "It's choked with cars and debris. We can't take wagons. We'd be on foot. 200 people, moving at the speed of our slowest member. We'd be exposed. We'd be carrying all our food and water on our backs. The first herd we encounter would scatter us. The first blizzard would kill half of us." He looked around the room, meeting the eyes of the people who had condemned him. "It's a suicide march." He repeated the words he had used in the radio tower. "If you leave these walls, you will die on the road." "So we just stay here and starve?" Henderson yelled, his face red with fury. "We have a chance at a real life, a safe zone." "We have a chance here," Marcus countered. "We have walls. We have the greenhouse. We have the aqueduct." "The greenhouse is dying. The aqueduct is barely holding together." The arguments raged on. It was exactly what Marcus had predicted. Hope was tearing the town apart. I didn't stay to hear the end of it. I slipped out the side door of the gymnasium, leaving the shouting behind me. I walked through the dusty streets of the town, heading toward the stables. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the wooden walls. I walked into the barn. The smell of the horses, the hay, the familiar scent of leather and dust, it grounded me. I walked over to Juniper's stall. She nickered softly, pushing her head over the wooden gate. I reached out and stroked her neck, feeling the coarse hair beneath my fingers. My mother was there. She was sitting on a bale of hay, mending a torn bridle with a thick needle and heavy thread. She didn't look up when I walked in. "They're fighting," she said quietly. "Yeah," I replied, leaning my head against the wooden post of the stall. "Half of them want to leave tomorrow. Half of them want to stay and fortify." "And what do you want to do, Claire?" I closed my eyes. I thought about the concrete walls, the hydroelectric power, a place where you didn't have to sleep with a rifle next to your bed, a place where you didn't have to ration water to the horses. I thought about the road, The cold. The dead. The slow, agonizing attrition of a march with 200 terrified people. "I don't know," I whispered. My mother finally stopped sewing. She looked at me, her eyes clear and sharp in the dim light of the barn. "You do know," she said. "You're just afraid to say it out loud." I opened my eyes and looked at her. "If we stay," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "we might not make it through the winter. We might starve." "We might," she agreed, "but we'll starve together, behind walls we built with our own hands." She stood up, setting the bridle aside. She walked over to me and put her hands on my shoulders. "Out there on the road," she said softly, "you don't just lose people. You lose who you are. You make choices you can never unmake. You leave the weak behind because you have to. You become the monsters you're running from." She squeezed my shoulders gently. "We built a life here, Claire. It's hard. It's ugly sometimes, but it's ours. And as long as we stay, we're still human." The days following the town meeting were a blur of frantic, desperate activity. Once the decision was made to stay, the arguments stopped. There was no time for them. The first snow was coming, and we were terrifyingly behind schedule. 20 people who left with Henderson took a portion of the supplies, but they also took 20 mouths to feed. It was a brutal, pragmatic calculation that no one wanted to say out loud. Their departure made it slightly more likely the rest of us would survive, but it didn't make the work any easier. I spent every waking hour in the stables or on the wall. We were winterizing the stalls, packing every crack and crevice with mud and straw to keep the freezing wind out. We were rationing the hay down to the exact ounce, calculating the minimum caloric intake needed to keep the horses alive without wasting a single stalk. Marcus was back on the perimeter full time. He ran the patrols with a ruthless efficiency. He didn't smile. He didn't joke. He just worked. He was trying to prove to the town, and maybe to himself, that he was still the man they needed him to be. I saw him one evening near the north gate. He was reinforcing the hinges with heavy iron plates scavenged from the old rail yard. It was snowing lightly, the flakes catching in his dark hair. He was working barehanded, his knuckles red and raw from the cold iron. I walked over and handed him a pair of heavy leather work gloves. He looked at them, then at me. He took them without a word and pulled them on. "The north wall is solid," I said, looking up at the imposing wooden palisade. "It's wood," he replied flatly. "Wood rots. Wood burns. Wood breaks." "It held last winter." "Last winter we didn't have a herd the size of a small city migrating through the valley," he said, picking up his wrench and tightening a bolt on the hinge. "They're moving south, Claire. The cold is pushing them. If they hit the wall, they won't stop until they break through or freeze solid." "Then we make sure they freeze first." He stopped working and looked at me. The snow was falling harder now, obscuring the tree line beyond the gate. "Do you think Henderson made it?" he asked quietly. It was the first time either of us had spoken his name since he left. I looked out into the white, swirling dark. I thought about Henderson, terrified of his own shadow, trying to lead 19 people down I-95 in the middle of winter. "No," I said honestly, "I don't." Marcus nodded slowly. "Neither do I." He turned back to the gate and tightened the last bolt. The metal groaned in protest, but it held. "We stay here," he said, his voice firm, echoing the decision of the town. "We hold the line. We don't run." "We hold the line," I agreed. I walked back to the stables. The snow was beginning to stick to the ground, a thin white blanket covering the mud and the dust of the summer. My mother was waiting for me in the tack room. She had a small fire going in the potbelly stove, the heat radiating out in a small, comforting circle. She handed me a mug of hot water flavored with dried pine needles. It wasn't tea, but it was warm. "The greenhouse is sealed," she said, wrapping her hands around her own mug. "We managed to save the root vegetables. The tomatoes are gone, but we have enough potatoes and carrots to supplement the rations until February." "And after February?" I asked, staring into the flames of the stove. "After February, we pray for an early spring," she replied simply. She looked at me, her eyes reflecting the firelight. You made the right choice, Claire. Staying. It was the right choice. I know, I said. And the strange thing was, I did know. Despite the cold, despite the fear, despite the terrifying math of the rations, I knew this was where I belonged. I looked around the tack room, the familiar scent of leather and oil, the sound of the horses shifting in their stalls next door, the warmth of the stove. This was my world. It was small. It was fragile. And it was constantly under threat. But it was real. The signal from the Carolinas was just a ghost on the radio, a promise whispered in the dark. I didn't need ghosts anymore. I needed wood and water and the people of this town. The town didn't leave. It wasn't a unanimous decision. It was a brutal, exhausting debate that lasted for 3 days. But in the end, fear won out over hope. The fear of the open road, the fear of the winter, the fear of the dead. We voted to stay. We voted to fortify. We voted to try and make it through one more winter behind our makeshift walls. Henderson and a few others, maybe 20 people in total, refused to accept the decision. They packed their bags, took their share of the rations, and left one morning before dawn. They headed south, chasing the signal. We didn't try to stop them. We just watched them go, disappearing into the morning mist. I don't know if they made it. I try not to think about it. Miller reinstated Marcus officially. The town needed him, and the anger over his lie had been eclipsed by the reality of the signal. He's back on the perimeter. He's back to leading the patrols. We don't talk about Elias anymore. I'm sitting in the tack room. It's late. The wind is howling outside, rattling the tin roof. The first snow of the season started falling an hour ago. I'm looking at the recorder on the table in front of me, the little red light blinking steadily in the dark. For 4 years, I've been recording these logs. I told myself I was doing it for history, for whoever comes after us. A record of what happened, of how we survived. But that was a lie. I was doing it for me. I was doing it because I needed a place to put the weight. I needed a place to confess the things I couldn't say out loud. The fear, the guilt, the exhaustion. I was using this little machine as a confessional, hoping that if I spoke the words into the dark, they wouldn't crush me. But my mother was right. You can't carry the weight alone, and you can't survive by constantly looking for an escape hatch. When we heard that signal, when we knew there was a safe zone out there, I wanted to run. I wanted to pack my bags and leave this place behind. I wanted to stop fighting. But I didn't. I chose to stay, not because I'm brave, not because I'm a hero, but because this is my home. These people, Miller, Sarah, Marcus, my mother, even Greg, they are my responsibility, and I am theirs. We are going to freeze this winter. We are going to go hungry. We are going to fight and argue and probably lose people, but we are going to do it together. I don't need the escape hatch anymore. I don't need the confessional. I know who I am. I know what I have to do. My name is Claire Dawson. I am a ranger. I am a survivor. And I am exactly where I'm supposed to be. This is my final log.